will learn how to make a simple 2D game in Unity in this course. Okay, I will teach you the basics of Unity as well as C# coding. Just you have to a little bit knowledge about coding like variable functions and classes, but along the way I'm gonna explain all of them. I'm gonna make this game from start to complete, so stick to the course and you will learn everything about Unity and C# coding in general. So let's make this. Okay, so let's make this game where you can make high score, you can pass through pipes. When we die, the game over screen will appear. As you can see, we can make high score as well as these buttons, and we will also make for this one Android. Okay, how you can make for mobile and touch screens. So let's do that, and once we exit the application we can exit it. Okay, so how you can install Unity? You need to head over to unity.com. okay, you need to install the Unity over here. As you can see, you have to get in on download and you can choose your plans. Okay, but I'm not gonna talk about how you can download Unity in this course. I'm gonna directly jump to how you can create a game. There are plenty of videos on YouTube to install Unity if you want to install it correct ways. Okay, you can go ahead and check that out. And I am also gonna talk about how you can install a Unity bit. So you can choose see other Unity plans over there. As you can see, you can hobbyist, you can choose personal one, which is over here. Eligibility you can see over here. If the revenue less than $100K in a 12 months, then you can use the personal one. Once you made more than 100K, you have to upgrade your Unity to other plans. Okay, so you can do that all. And also you need to install on your system .NET, which runs or which compile your C# code. And you also need to download Visual Studio. Okay, I'm not gonna talk about how you can install those in this course. So you can go ahead on google.com and you can search about how you can install it. Okay, so let's go ahead and start with this course. Over here, as you can see, we have the game view and scene view. The game will be broadcast in game view, and in scene view it will shoot out our game. We have main camera over here, as you can see, hierarchy. So the main camera will shoot out our game, and the game will be broadcast to our game view. If you lost any of the tab over here, as you can see, you can drag any tab anywhere you like this. Okay, so I'm gonna leave the scene view over here. So let's suppose you lost one of them. You just have to go to window in the top. Okay, then go to general, scene, game, inspector, hierarchy, project, console. Any of them you can find if you lost somehow any of them. Okay, so in the project tab, we have assets folder where we need to drag all of the assets or sprites or the characters that we're going to use in our game. So we need to drag all of the assets into this assets folder. Okay, and over here we have a main camera which will shoot out our game. And main camera has transform component. Okay, transform basically it's responsible for position, as you can see, first place, rotation and scale. You can drag the camera anywhere you want by selecting this move tool in the right. You can select this stretch tool, or sorry, not stretch tool, this is rack tool, a rotation tool. We all have all of them. Okay, so I'm gonna drag all of the assets that we need. So let's drag those. So we need the bird and the pipes, so I'm gonna drag all of them. So I have already downloaded, so I'm gonna go and select that folder and drag it into this assets. Okay, go to project tab, then assets, drag it into assets. It will take few seconds to importing all of the assets that we need for the bird as well as pipe, ground. Okay, when it's done, go to hierarchy. So what is a game object? Firstly, I'm going to create an empty game object in hierarchy. So right click on hierarchy, go to hierarchy, right click on it, and create an empty game object. As you can see, it has transform component by default, okay, selected, which has position, rotation and scale. It just exists in the 3D place, as you can see. Okay, it has x-axis, y-axis and the z-axis, as well as it has rotation in the x, y, z and scale in the x, y and z. Okay, so I'm gonna select this move tool in the right, and you can drag the game object wherever you want. So I'm gonna reset the transform. Okay, reset. To reset, right click on the component and reset it, so it will reset the game object to 0 0 0 in the axis, y axis and z axis. Okay, and it will set up the rotation as well to 0 0 0. Okay, to default value. So we add components to do something. Okay, so this is game object. We cannot able to see the game object. To see anything, okay, we need to add a sprite renderer component, which is responsible for showing up the sprite or the character we want to see. So hit this add component in the right in the inspector. Okay, hit this add component and find over there sprite renderer and attach that. Hit enter. So this is responsible for showing up the character or the sprite. In this sprite, as you can see, slot which selected none sprite. So what we will do, we will choose an sprite for it. So I'm gonna drag the bird, okay, bird from this anime assets tab, game objects folder. I'm gonna drag it into that sprite slot. You can directly drag that into slot. As you can see, it's pretty small. Okay, the bird is pretty small. You can zoom out and in by scrolling your mouse wheel, by placing your mouse cursor into game view. Okay, you can scroll to zoom or zoom in or zoom out. So we can scale that bird in the x something like 10, as well as goes to y to 10. Okay, so as you can see, instead of doing that, we need to make the pixel size less. Basically, I'm gonna reset the transform once again. So right click on it and reset the transform. So select all of the pass about a sprite by holding down shift. Okay, select all of them and go to inspector. Pixel per unit, choose less pixel size means the sprite will be large. Okay, and large pixel per unit means the sprite will be small. So let's choose little. Okay, something like 16. Okay, and after doing that, in the bottom hit apply. So the sprite will be large. Less pixel size, less pixel per unit mean the sprite will be large. Okay, so if you take a look closely, it seems like blurry. Okay, so what we need to do to get rid of that, go to select all of the sprite first and go to filter mode and select bilinear to point no filter. Okay, and after doing that, hit apply. So as you can see, now the blurry has gone. Okay, the blurry has gone, and you can rename this game object by right clicking on it. Okay, go to rename, or you can go to inspector over there, game object, replace that to something like, let's call it bird. Okay, but in the right you have the move tool. You can move the game object anywhere you want by selecting it like this. Okay, so basically we add components to do something. We added this sprite renderer component, which is responsible for showing up the sprite. As you can see, you can select any sprite you want, but I have selected this bird. I'm gonna leave because this will be our part. Okay, so let's add another component which will be for gravity. To add gravity to this bird game object, okay, in the top you can see three buttons. So the first one is play button, so it will play your game. So if you hit this play button, it will play your game. Okay, your game will be broadcast over here, and you can pause your game over here. As you can see, the pause button as well as the skip button right after that. So when we play the game, the bird stays in the center, as you can see. So let's add gravity to this bird game object. To add gravity, we need to add rigid body 2D component. For that, rigid body 2D component is responsible for adding gravity. So select the bird game object first and hit this add component in the right and add rigid body 2D component. So okay, and attach that. So this game object is responsible for adding gravity, and you can choose the gravity scale, how much gravity you want. So I'm gonna leave it to 1 for now, and if we hit play in the top, so the bird will fall down because we have attached this rigid body 2D component, which is responsible for adding gravity to our game object. Okay, so it will fall down due to gravity by this amount. As you can see, it's fall down. Okay, say let's hit unplay this. You can play the game or unplay by hitting this. Okay, so you can set this body type to dynamic to kinematic, so it will stay in the center, and you can choose the gravity scale, and we want to freeze the rotation about z axis. Okay, go to constraint and freeze the rotation about z axis. If you don't do that, if we go to transform, then rotation, and if we play around z axis, as you can see, the bird will flip or rotate 180 degree, something like this. So that's why we need to freeze the rotation about z axis, and we will set the z rotation back to 0. Now it's fine. Okay, now it's fine. So we wanna when we press the screen of our mobile, or if we press on our keyboard space key, we want to jump. Okay, we want to jump. Basically, we want to add a force against to our gravity by some unit in the y-axis. As you can see, when we press the space key or the screen of the mobile, we want to jump the character or the part in the y-axis, not the x-axis, as you can see. So we need to add some velocity to our part in the y-axis, as you can see. So when we press the space key or when we touch our screen. Okay, so we will cover up the mobile touch input in the end of the video. Okay, so for now we will cover up the for PC. So let's do that. To do that, we need to add a custom component for it, because that is an custom thing. We want to if we press on our keyboard space key, we want to jump. So that is an custom things. Okay, so to do custom things, we need to attach a script. A script basically tell us what to do, what should the game object should do. Okay, what the game object should do, script tell us that, and we need to write script for it. So to do that, hit this add component. Okay, to select the bird game object first and hit this add component and name the script you want to attach. Okay, so let's call it bird. Okay, bird, and hit this new script and create an ad. I already have created, or you can do go to assets first, right click on it, go to create and CSharpScape, and make sure you attach that bird script to this bird game object, else it will not work. So drag that script to add component section of bird game object. Now we have attached our bird script to our bird game object. Now we are able to script it or write it. So double click that to open up in Visual Studio. So when it's open up, it will look like this. This is the class. Basically the class means it's an blueprint of an object. So let's suppose you wanna make a house. Firstly, you need to design the house, or basically you need to design before you build your house. Okay, so the design will be there class, and the you made the house will be the object. Okay, okay, so that is the class meaning and the object. Over here, as you can see, mono behavior colon. So mono behavior itself a unity class. If you remove this mono behavior, you cannot use this start function and update function. What does the function means? Function is a specific line of code which does specific things. You can tell what you need to do a function. Okay, so for function we have to type the void, and you have to name the function, and you have to make this first bracket and this curly brackets. In between curly brackets you can write whatever you want. So we have start function and the update function. As you can see, this start function get called whenever the game starts, and the update function get called whenever the so update function get called every single frame, okay, and the start function get called whenever the game starts. So so if it's working or not, so let's check that. Okay, to print out a message on the console. Okay, so if you can find the console, you just have to go to window in the top, go to general, firstly window, then general, then as you can see, console, which is control shift plus C shortcut key. Okay, select that. So if it's working or not, so a start function get called whenever the game start, and it just called one time. We wanna debug that, we want to see if it's working or not. To see or a print out a message, we have to type debug. Okay, debug, and we have to type log, and in brackets we have to pass the string, basically name. So in quotation, let's suppose we will say this is a start function. Okay, let's call it start function. Okay, function, and close that off with semicolon. So end of your line of code. So in this start function, what we doing, we just the printing out the message saying start function and the start of the game. Start function get called whenever the game start. In the start of the game, we using this function, which is debug.log, and this function will print out the message in the console. You can type whatever you want to say in this quotation. Okay, you have to type in quotation. We saying start function. Okay, and it's just called in the start of the game, so it will print out the message in the console says start function. So control S on your keyboard to save your code whatever you have written and go back to Unity. So when we start the game, and make sure you attach your script to your bird game object. Okay, bird script to your bird game object, make sure that. And if we hit play in the top and select the console in the bottom, okay, select the console first, go to window, then general, and select the console and hit play. Okay, and if we hit play, so when we start the game, in the start of the game, we will see that message will pop out in the console says start function, because we have typed there. And a start function, as you know, it's called a start of the game, and it just called one time. As you can see, it's called one time, which says start function. Okay, so it's calling. Okay, it's calling. Okay, so so we just printing out the message in the console says start function. You can write whatever you want to say, so I'm gonna remove this for now. We will go over to update function. So this update function get called every single frame. Okay, so it averagely called in 1 second 60 frames like that, but it's depend upon our computer, how much fast our computer is. So in the what we will do, we will use this if statement. Okay, so what does this if statement? If statement, you have to make this first bracket. Okay, in this first bracket you have to put a condition which should be true, and if it's true, and you also have to make these curly brackets. Okay, and make 4 spaces between this, like this. Okay, make 4 spaces. So in brackets, in this first bracket, you have to put a condition which should be true. So let's suppose say 3 is greater than 1. Okay, if it's true, it is 3 is greater than 1, yes, it's definitely true. And if it's true, in between curly brackets, whatever you write, it will be execute. Okay, it will be executes. Let's suppose we want to say something like 3 is greater than 1, something like we will say. So if we wanna see a message in the console if it's working or not, so we have to type debug.log. Okay, debug.log, and in quotation we will say, okay, so we have to use debug.log for printing out the message, and we will say this is true, something like 3 is greater than 1. Okay, 3 is greater than 1 is true. Okay, and close that off with semicolon to end of your code. So as we know, 3 is definitely greater than 1, which is true. So in between, in brackets, you have to put a condition which should be true, and if it's true, in between these curly brackets, whatever you write, it will be execute. So what we saying, what we just printing out the message saying 3 is greater than 1, 1 is true, as you can see. So this message will pop out if this condition is true. But if the condition over here, it's definitely will be true, because 3 is greater than 1, as you know. Okay, so control S on your keyboard to save your code and head again to Unity. So when we hit this play button in the top, we will see that message will pop out says 3 is greater than 1. Okay, because the condition in the if we have passed true. Okay, we have passed true. If the condition is true, so whatever you write in this between those curly brackets, it will be execute, or it will be called. So now if we hit play in the top, and if we play the game, the message will pop out in the console says 3 is greater than 1, because the condition we have passed in those brackets, it's true, because 3 is greater than 1. As you can see, it's just printing out multiple times because we're doing it update function, and as you know, this function over here get called over again and again and again. Okay, so that is the reason. So what we will do, instead of printing out message or doing something like that, we will check if we're pressing the space key on our keyboard or not, and later on we will handle the screen touch. Okay, for mobile. So let's replace this condition with input. Okay, input dot get key, sorry, get key. Okay, get key. So this will check, this function over here will check, okay, if we pressing the space key or not. So we have to pass the key code. So we have to pass key code, and we have to type dot, and we have to type space. We will check for space key. Okay, a space key, and make this curly brackets. So we will make a separate function. Okay, so go to down of the class, and type void for function. You have to type void for function. Let's call it jump. Okay, let's, you have to name the function. Okay, make this first bracket and this curly brackets. So we will put this line of code, we will remove this. So over here we just checking if we pressing the space key or not. So as you can see, input dot get key, and it will check on your keyboard if we have passed the space key, as you can see, as a key code dot space. Basically, if this condition, if condition will check on your keyboard if you press space key or not. We checking over here, as you can see, if input dot get key code dot space. Okay, basically it's mean if we pressing the space key or not. If we pressing the space key, we're gonna call this function. In this function, if it's working or not, firstly we want to check. Okay, so we want to see a message, or wanna print out, we have to type this debug.log. Okay, debug.log. Let's call it something like bird jump or bird flap. Okay, so let's call it in quotation. You have to type whatever you want to say. Okay, and close that off with semicolon. And we also need to call this function. We just made the function, but we are never calling it. Okay, so this line of code will not be executed anymore. So when we should call this function, when we press the space key, as you can see, if input dot get key code dot space, it's basically means if we pressing the space key or not. If we pressing the space key, if input dot get key code dot space, so in that situation we will call this function jump function. Okay, and what jump function is doing, it's just printing out the message in the console says bird jump. So let's call the function over there. Okay, so you have to type the function name and make the first bracket and close that off with semicolon, and control S on your keyboard to save your code. So when we are doing an update function, because update function get call every single frame, and we need to check every single frame on our keyboard if we pressing the space key or not. So we are checking over here, if input dot get key code dot space, it's basically means if we pressing the space key, so we calling this jump function. Okay, jump function void jump. And what jump function is doing, it's just printing out the message in the console says bird jump. Okay, you can write whatever you want to say. So control S on your keyboard to save your code, or you can go to in the top left, okay, file, then you can go to save. Okay, save this, or Control S for shortcut key. Okay, so Control S on your keyboard to save your code and head again to Unity. And if we hit play and select the console in the bottom first, okay, and if we hit press the space key on our keyboard, we should able to see that message will pop out in the console says player jump, because we calling that function, and what that function is doing is just printing out the message in the console. Okay, so if we hit play this hit play, and if we press on our keyboard, that message will pop out in the console says player jump, because we calling that function, and that function just printing out the message in the console. Okay, so as you can see, when we press the space key, it just bird jump message popping out multiple times, as you can see. Okay, so we don't wanna instead of printing out message, okay, we wanna jump the player. So I'm gonna unplay this, hit this play button in the top once again. We want to jump in the y-axis. As you can see, we want to jump the player in the y-axis, not the x-axis. We only want the bird game object to jump in the y-axis when we press the space key instead of printing out message. So to jump, we need the velocity, of the bird. Okay, we need the velocity, reference of the velocity. Then we can set the velocity of the bird in the y-axis. Okay, so firstly we need the reference of the rigid body, then we can set the velocity in the y-axis of the bird with some unit when we press the space key. So let's head again to Visual Studio once again. So in the top we will make an empty field. Okay, so you can make it public. So if you make it public, you can see that field over here, okay, in the script. Or if you make it private, you won't able to see that. And the component we need is rigid body. Okay, as you seen, so we need the component is rigid body, and you have to name the component. So let's call it something like RB, short for rigid body. And we firstly need the reference of it, then we can set the velocity of that rigid body. Okay, so velocity of that rigid body in the y-axis. Firstly we need to get the reference of this rigid body of the bird, then we can set that velocity. So we made the public rigid body field and we call it RB. So Control S on your keyboard to save your code and head again to Unity. So you will able to see in bird script an RB field will appear, a rigid body field appear. Okay, and it will be by default empty. So what we need to drag this rigid body component to that rigid body field. Okay, RB field we name it. Then we will have the reference, then we can set the velocity of that bird in the y-axis. So we need to drag the reference. As you can see, rigid body RB we call it, and it says none, which is empty. So we need to drag this rigid body to that rigid body field, rigid body field. Okay, drag it to rigid body field. Now we have the rigid body, as you can see, bird rigid body. Now we can set the velocity of that bird in the y-axis when we press the space key. As you can see, we're not gonna jump the bird in the x-axis, so we're not gonna add any force to our x-axis. We only want to access the y-axis. We want to add some unit to our y-axis. Okay, so let's do that. Go to script once again. Okay, so over here, as you can see, we just printing out the message when we pressing the space key. We calling this jump function, and jump function just printing out the message in the console says bird jump. So instead of printing out message, we want to set the velocity. So we will make a vector2. So let's remove that debug function, and we will make vector2 velocity. We will call it velocity. Okay, velocity, sorry, velocity. uh, Sorry, I just spell it wrong. Velocity. So vector2 velocity, and we will set this one to our rigid body velocity. Basically we are setting and close that off with semicolon. So vector2, as you know, it has x-axis and y-axis, and the velocity, we are calling it velocity. We're just creating a new vector2 parameter, which is velocity, and we're setting that parameter to our rb dot velocity. Okay, basically rigid body's velocity, we just mapping up that. So what we will do, do, after doing that, we wanna jump the bird in the y-axis, not the x-axis. So first we need to modify the y-axis of that rigid body velocity of the bird. Okay, so what we will do, we will go to velocity field. Now our this velocity is our rb dot velocity. Okay, so that's why we just typing this velocity. So for we will go to velocity and we will access the y-axis. Okay, velocity, as you know, it has x-axis and the y-axis, so we just only gonna access the y-axis. Okay, and we will set a unique value or some value. Let's set it to something like 10f. So basically f over here means floating. Okay, floating numbers, basically those number which comes with decimal places as well as integer places. Okay, like for 1.5 or 10 or 10.5, 10.1, something like that. But instead of hard coding, okay, you just have to go have to come in the script over again and again. Instead of doing this or hard coding it, we will make a variable for it. So go to top of the class. Basically variable is just like a container. You can store information into that variable. Okay, so we will create a float variable and we will make it public so we can see that field over here. Okay, as like the rigid body we did it with. Okay, so we will make it public, that will be float. And as you know, float are those number which comes with decimal places. So let's call it, you have to name the variable, let's call it something like jump height. Okay, and by default you can set any value you like. So I'm gonna set it by default to 10 f or 10 unit, as you can see. So I'm gonna replace this 10 unit, this jump height, and by default we set the jump height at 10 unit, but you can set in inspector, so that's why we made it public. We don't need to come over script again and again. Okay, so let's replace this 10f to our jump height, which is 10 unit by default. So we also need to set back this velocity to our rigid body velocity. So we will set the velocity of the rigid body to this velocity. Okay, we need to set this and close that off. Why sorry, and close that off. So basically firstly what we doing, we just creating a vector 2 velocity, and as you know vector 2 has two axes, it has x-axis, y-axis, and we're setting that to our rigid body velocity, basically the bird rigid body velocity. After modifying the y-axis, we're setting with jump height parameter, which by default we selected 10, but we can adjust in the inspector, so that's why we made it public. And after modifying the y-axis, we're setting back rigid body velocity of the bird to this velocity. Okay, after modifying the y-axis, we not added any force to in the x-axis, as you can see, we just did only with y-axis over here. Okay, so after doing that, control s on your keyboard to save your code. So when we press the space key, we just calling this jump function. And what jump function is doing, firstly we creating a vector to velocity variable. After modifying the y-axis, we setting back the rigid body of that bird velocity to our this velocity after modifying the y-axis. So control s on your keyboard to save your code and head again to Unity. So when we press the so hit play in the top. Okay, hit play in the top. So when we press the space key, we will jump in the y-axis by 10 unit, because by default we selected jump height parameter to 10 unit, but you can see the fill over here, so that's why we made it public. Okay, now if we hit play in the top and if we press the space key, we will jump to the y-axis by 10 unit, as you can see jump height parameter. Okay, so now if I hit play, press, as you can see we can jump in the y-axis by 10 unit. Okay, so I'm gonna hit sprite game object. So I'm going to game objects and drag it into scene view or hierarchy like this. So it seems pretty small, let's make it bigger. Select the sprite, go to pixel per unit and choose 16, a less numbers, let's choose 32. Okay, and select filter mode to point no filter, and after that hit apply. Okay, after that hit apply. Now it seems pretty big. Let's drag it little bit down, select the move tool in the right and drag it little bit down over here, as you can see, and we will name this to something like ground. Okay, and state base we will name this, sorry, we will rename this to ground. And what we will do, we wanna duplicate this couple of time. Okay, so control D to duplicate and move it in the right. Okay, something like 10, I guess 10 would be fine. 10, as you can see, it should be little bit just match up the distance. As you can see, 10.5 would be better. Okay, 10.5, and duplicate one more time. Okay, duplicate one more time this. So control D to duplicate and move it in the left over here, something like this. Okay, over here we will move this minus 10.5 in the left side. uh, Not 10.5, let's move it 10. Now it's fine. So what we will do, we will make this one, okay, the last one parent, and other these two will be child of it. So take both of this, okay, both of this, and place it on top of this first one, basically the third one, okay, which will move it to the left direction. As you can see, now if we move this parent one, okay, the child one will also move with it, as you can see. So we need to create the illusion of moving ground, okay, like this. So let's create a C# script for that, and attach that script to ground game object, okay, to the parent one, not the child one. So go to assets, right click, create, okay, C# script, and name it ground or base, and hit enter, and double click that to open up in Visual Studio. Double click that to open up in Visual Studio. Okay, and attach this script to this ground game object, the parent one, not the child one. Okay, make sure that. So if we head again to Unity, and make sure that you attach this ground script to ground game object to the parent one, not the child one. Make both last to this the child of this one, okay, which we copied, and move it to the left side. Just make it that parent. So wait for to compile. When it's done, attach this script to that ground game object. Okay, so we need to move the ground in the left side. We need to move the ground in the left side. Okay, before that, okay, just if we hit play in the top, okay, and if we play the game, we should able to see the bird will fall down due to gravity, and it will surpass this ground game object, because basically we haven't added any collider to our ground game object. Okay, so that's why it will surpass. For collision detection, we need to add a collider component to this ground as well. Okay, so as you can see, it's fall down and it just surpass our ground, as you can see, as you seen. So let's add ground collider to this grounds. Okay, so select all of the ground and go hit add component, and find their box collider 2D. Okay, and attach that box collider 2D. Now we have added the collider. Now if we hit play in the top, the bird will fall down on the ground. Okay, the bird will fall down on the ground due to gravity, and it will land on our ground, because for we have added collider to the ground. So I guess it's the sir. We also need to make sure you also added to collider to this bird game object as well. So that's why it's just surpassing. Make sure that you also added box collider or any collider to the component to this bird as well as to the ground. Okay, so it will not, else it will not detect any collision. Okay, so that's why it will surpass. So hit this. So select the bird game object and added a collider component to this bird game object as well. So let's hit this component and attach any collider you like. So I'm gonna attach box collider 2D, and hit this edit collider. Click on edit collider and edit the collider as the size of the sprite to match up the size of the sprite of the bird. As you can see, now it's fine. And when you done, leave it. And now if I hit play, we will fall down due to gravity, and we will fall down on the ground. Okay, and we will just land on ground. It will stay on the ground. because we have added collider component to both of these game objects. So that's why, as you can see, it just fall down to the ground. Now we can jump if we press on our keyboard space key. So let's move the ground in the left side. To move it, attach the ground script to this ground parent game object first. Okay, so drag the script to add component section of ground game object to the parent one, not the child one. Make sure that, and double click that to open up in Visual Studio. Okay, so if we play around of this ground in the X position, as you can see, the background will move left and right, as you can see. So we wanna move this ground in the left direction. So firstly we need to go to transform, then position, and we need to access this X position. So let's head over to script once again, and we will use this update function. We will let's remove this start function for now. It's don't need doesn't need for now, right now. Okay, let's use this update function, because update function get call every single frame, and we need to move the ground every single frame. Okay, so this function get call every single frame. So firstly we need to go to transform. Okay, so we have to use transform, and we will use this translate function. This function over here will take the direction in which direction you want to go. So as you seen, we wanna go in the left direction. Okay, and the transform over there means referencing this transform. We attach our ground script to this ground game object. So the transform over there is basically this transform, and we using this translate function. This function take will the direction in which direction you want to go. So let's use vector2 dot left. Okay, vector2 dot left. So what does this vector2 dot left mean? Vector2 dot left mean -1 in the x. Okay, -1, so it will go to -1 in the x and y in the 0. So the ground will not move in the y axis, it will just only move in the x axis, which is negative direction, which is minus. Okay, so it will go to left direction. Okay, so we also need to multiply this with our speed, some kind of speed. Okay, let's say make a variable for it. Okay, and we will make it public, so we can set in inspector, we can adjust the value over there. So that will be public, that will be float. Float basically means floating number, as you know. Let's call it something like speed. Okay, ground speed, or ground something like ground move speed, and by default you can set any value you like. So let's suppose we will set by default 3f, and close that off with semicolon, and let's multiply this vector2 dot left with this move ground. Okay, ground move left, or ground move speed. Okay, and close that off with semicolon. So transform dot translate function over here will take the direction in which direction you want to go. So in this situation we using vector2 dot left. It's basically means -1 in the x and y in the 0. Okay, so it will go to negative direction. So -1 in the -1 into ground move speed, which is 3. So -1 into 3, which will be -3. So it will go to -3 in the left direction. Okay, x axis, in the x axis it will go to -3, and it will go to each frame, because we using it update function, and as you know update function get call every single frame. So that's why. Okay, that's why. So control s on your keyboard to save your code whatever you have written, and we also need to multiply this with time dot delta time. Okay, time dot delta time. Let's suppose you have super fast computer. Okay, if someone has super fast computer, in that situation this update function will get call 120 frames, or more than 120 frames. Okay, but in this situation my computer is little bit slow. So in this situation my computer will run this function 60 frame in 1 second. So as you can see there are huge difference between frame rates. So multiplying with time dot delta time make frame rate independence, means whatever computer you using, it will run same frame rates in that super fast computer as well. Okay, so that is the reason for multiplying a time dot delta type, and control S on your keyboard to save your code and head again to Unity. So we will expect to see that speed parameter will ground move speed parameter will appear over here because we made it public, and by default we set 3. You can adjust any value you like. You can toggle it the value. You can play around that value, and if we hit play it will move in the left direction because we're using vector 2 dot left, which is kind of will move our ground in the left direction. Okay, so once you turn, just hit play in the top and see the result you will get expected to see. So let's play in the top, and if we hit play in the top, the more ground will move in the left direction. Okay, in the left direction because we using vector 2 dot left, and transform dot translate function basically takes the direction. So as you can see, the ground is moving in the left direction, but at a one time it just not anymore, but it just running out of our screen. Okay, game screen, as you seen over here, something like this. The ground is will not be any more longer to our scene or game view. So what we will do, we will, or if we over here, as you can see, if we minus 15 something like this, or I guess minus 16, yes, minus 16.5. Okay, so if I move this ground to 16.5 in the x, oh sorry, not 16.5, minus 16.5 in the x, so you will able to see the ground is just running out of our screen. So in this situation 16.5, I guess 17, no, yes, 17. So 17 is the correct number, minus 17 is the correct number. I still you can see the gap in the our game view, so let's do it for minus 16.5. Now it's fine. Okay, so whenever the ground x position becomes in as you can see transform position, if the ground x position becomes minus 16.5, so in this situation the ground will run out from our screen. Okay, so what we wanted to do, we just want to set this position once again over here. So we're gonna set it to minus 4 once again, as you can see. So we will set back to minus 4 once again whenever the ground in minus 16.5. okay, minus 16.5. So it will run out from our skin. So we just wanna set gonna set this position of the ground to minus 4 over here, so it will be looped like this. Okay, so it will be looped like this. So we just wanna create the illusion for it. So let's move it over to minus 4 1 again. So let's go to script. So over here we just moving the ground. After that we wanna check the position, so we gonna use this if condition. Okay, let's use this if condition. If transform, okay, transform dot position dot x, as you seen, if the position of transform dot position dot x, it's basically referencing this transform, and we're going to position then x. Okay, and if that x position of the ground, if it's lesser than or equal to minus 16.5, as you seen the value, if that is the case, what we will do, make this curly brackets for if condition. In that situation we wanna set this if the ground over here minus 16.5, as you can see, we wanna set this ground back to over here to minus 4 position, so it will be looped like this. So okay, so we wanna set this one to back to minus 4, as you can see. Now it's perfectly fitting our screen, so let's do that over there. So we wanna set this transform dot position dot x to, we wanna set back to minus 4f. okay, so basically as you can see it is just not setting okay, so basically we need to set the whole position of this ground. So let's do for transform dot position. Okay, transform dot position, as you know, it's basically means the current position of the ground. Okay, in the x-axis, y-axis, as well as for the z-axis. So transform dot position means the current position of the ground, and let's set it this one to new vector 3. And as you know, vector 3 has x axis, y axis, and the z axis, and close that off with semicolon. So we wanna set back to x position to -4, as you seen. If the ground over here -16.5, over here something like this, we wanna set this one back to 4, this ground to 4, as you can see, so it will fit up our screen. So let's do that. For we will set this one to minus 4f, okay, 4f, and we wanna set of the ground y position itself. So in the y, as you can see, -4.47, -4.47. So in the y, we wanna set itself position. So instead of putting a number over there, we wanna put transform dot position dot y. It's basically means current position of the ground in the y axis, which is -4.47. So the over here y, transform dot position dot y will be -4.47. It's basically referencing the current position itself in the y axis. Let's do the same thing for z axis. Let's put it transform dot position dot z. Now it's fine. Control S on your keyboard to save your code, whatever you have done with your code, and let's head again to Unity. So when the ground run out from our screen, it will be set itself to x position -4. So it will be seems like looping. The ground is just coming right side again and again, over again and again, but we're just creating the illusion. Whenever the ground run out of from screen or just x position, if it's become -16, we just setting back that x position to for f, which is this position. Okay, so if we now hit play, when the ground over when the ground position in the x becomes -16, it will set itself back to -4 in the x. So it will be over there. So it will seems like it's just looping over and again and again. I just coming right side from right side, okay, again and again. As you can see, as you can see, when the ground just getting run out of our platform, it's just setting back itself to -4 in the x position, as you can see, because we're doing it update function. Okay, over here we checking if it's the case. We just wanna setting back my x position to -4, which is this position. Okay, and we just wanna have over here, we just setting back x position to over here. So it seems like the ground just coming right from right side again and again. It just never ending, seems like it's never ending. So that is the creating the illusion for it. And the next thing we have to cover up the how we can create the pipes, and we need to spawn it continuously in perfect time. Okay, so we wanna deal with that. As you can see, so let's make the pipe bigger. Select the sprite, choose pixel per unit to 16, and for filter mode to point no filter, and hit this apply button. Let's duplicate this pipe. Okay, so it's pretty big, so let's make it a little less. So we will make it 32 pixel per unit, and hit this apply once again. Now it's fine. Let's move this pipe over here. Okay, over here, as you can see, now it's fine. We wanna duplicate this pipe. Okay, so control D to duplicate and move it up, and flip that pipe in the y-axis, horizontally, sorry, vertically. So you can put -y, y in the y scale. Okay, so you can do this, but it's prefer to go to sprite renderer first and flip the check the y one. Okay, so it will flip vertically, as you can see. Let's move it. Let's make space between these pipes so bird can pass through, and let's make the bird little bit small. It seems pretty big, so we will make pixel per unit to 24, I guess, and hit this apply button to apply it. Now it's fine, cool. The bird seems cool now. So I'm gonna move this pipe over here center, select both of them by holding down shift, and we will make an empty game object. and we will make an empty game object, and we need to move it over center both of this pipe. Okay, and we wanna make both of this pipe child of that game object. So if you want to drag that game object anywhere you can, and the child game object will also move with it. So go to hierarchy first, right click on it, create an empty game object, and we will move it over here center of between these two pipes, and select an icon for it. Go to inspector, select an icon to see that point. Now make both of this pipe, select both of this pipe and place it top of this game object. Okay, top of this game object, and we wanna rename this game object to something like pipe parent or pipe something like that. Pipe, let's call it pipe parent. Okay, let's call it pipe parent. And if we move this pipe parent, the pipe will also move with it, because both of this pipe is child now our this pipe parent game object. Okay, so that's why just place it this both of this pipe on top of this game object, so it will be child of this our game object. Okay, so we also we need to add collider to this pipe. Okay, for collision detection, before that we want to make a script, and that make a script will move this pipe in the left direction. Okay, we want to move the pipe in the left direction, so it seems like pipe will come in front of our right direction, right, okay, right side. It will seems like it will come up in right side. So let's create the script first. So go to assets, right click on it, create C# script, name that to pipe, or you can select this pipe parent game object, hit this add component, and name the script you want to name it. Let's call it pipe move, or let's call it pipe. Okay, and hit this new script and create an add. But it's better to do it assets, right click on assets, create C# script, name call it pipe, and hit this enter, and double click that to open up in Visual Studio, and make sure you attach this script to pipe this pipe parent game object, not the child one. Make sure that, and double click that to open up in Visual Studio, and attach the script to that pipe parent game object. Make sure that okay you were doing it. So when it's done compiling, just attach the script to pipe parent game object. We will do the same thing as we did for the ground. We wanna move the pipe in the left direction. The pipe movement will be a little bit faster than our the ground, so it will be a little bit difficult to win. Okay, it's up to you how much you can make the game difficult. It's up to you how much fun it should be. So just wait for to compile. When it's done for compiling, just attach the script to parent one, not the child one. Okay, make sure that. So we want to select this pipe parent game object and drag the script to a add component section, and double click that to open up in Visual Studio. And by default we have the start and the update function. If you take a look closely, as you can see, by default we have the start and update function. Let's go over to update function, because update function get called every single frame. So that's why we're going to use that, because we need to move the pipe in the left direction again and again, or each frame. So that's why we will use this update function. Okay, so if we play around with this pipe parent in X position, as you can see the pipe will move left and right. So we want to move the pipe in the left direction. Okay, so firstly we need to go to transform, then position, then X in the X. So we will use the same function, which is transform. Okay, transform dot translate on translate. So let's use that, and this function over here will take the direction in which direction we want to go. So we want to go until in left direction, so we will use this vector2 dot left. Okay, vector2 dot left, sorry, vector2 dot left. So it's basically means -1 in the X, so it will be -1 in the X, Y in the 0. The pipe will not move in the Y. Okay, so that's why we using vector2 dot left. It's basically means -1 in the X, not in the Y. Okay, so it will not move in the Y. And let's multiply that with some speed. Okay, let's make a variable for it. Go top of the class, make it public, so we can set it in inspector. That will be float. Okay, float, and let's call it pipe speed, pipe move speed. Okay, by default you can set any value you like. Let's suppose we will set it to 4f, 4f, okay, by default. And let's multiply this one vector2 dot left with pipe, pipe move speed. Okay, pipe move speed, let's multiply that. And we also need to multiply this time dot delta time to make frame rate independence. Okay, so time, let's multiply that time dot delta time and close that off with semicolon, and we are doing it update function. So the transform over here basically means this transform, basically we attach our pipe script to this pipe game object or pipe parent game object. So the transform over there referencing this transform, and we're using this translate function which take the direction in which direction we want to go. Vector2 dot left basically means minus 1 in the x and y in the 0. So the pipe will not move in the y-axis, it will move in the x-axis with -1, and we just multiplying with this pipe move speed. By default we set it to 4. So -1 into 4, which will be -4, so it will go to left direction each frame by -4, and we multiply that with time dot delta time to make frame rate independence. Okay, so Control S on your keyboard to save your code and add again to Unity. So when we hit the play button, the pipe will move in the left direction. Okay, left direction with -4 amount of speed, but you can adjust the speed, so that's why we made it public. Okay, make sure that you made that public, or you have to come that script over again and again if you don't make a variable are pretty helpful for changing values and making things easy. Okay, so use variables, it's just like containers. So if we now hit play in the top, the pipe will move in the left direction by this pipe move speed, which is by default we set for. You can adjust over here, it's up to you, that's why we made it public. Okay, so we don't need to come that script over again and again. So as you can see, the pipe is moving -4 in the x, but it's just not colliding with the pipe. Okay, our bird is not colliding with the pipe because we haven't attached any collider to both of this pipe game object or pipe sprite. We need to attach collider to this pipe game object as well. Okay, so let's select both of this pipe and hit this add component, find their box collider or any collider you like and attach that. Okay, now we have attached this pipe collider. Now if we hit play, if the bird collide with this pipe, the pipe will force that bird to the left direction. It will drag it to the left direction because of collision as well as the pipe speed. As you can see, it's just going to so what we will do, instead of instantiating or creating one pipe, we wanna create multiple times. Okay, so we need to create a spawner script. Before that what we will do, we wanna make prefab of this game object. Basically prefab means a copy of this game object. So let me explain that. Firstly, go to assets, right click on it, create folder, and name that folder to prefab to keep things organized. We need to keep things organized. Okay, and create a script folder and drag all of this script to that folder, so our hierarchy and the assets folder will be clean. So right click on assets once again, create a folder, name it scripts, and drag all of the script to that folder. Okay, and place it inside that script folder. It will take a few seconds for compiling it because it's changing the position. And what we will do, select the pipe parent or this pipe game object parent one, okay, not the child one. Select that and drag it into that prefab folder. Now we have turned this into prefab, basically means copy of this game object. If we delete from the scene view or hierarchy, okay, now we can drag this pipe from our prefab folder into our scene view or hierarchy. As you can see, with all of the shape option, we have attached the pipe script to our pipe parent game object, as you can see, which also we have the speed by default 4, which is 4, as you can see. So that is a good thing to create a prefab, basically means copy of that game object. Okay, So we also need to do the same thing for our bird. Okay, if we lost from the bird from our scene view or hierarchy, we won't able to restore that. We need to do the same, do the thing from start over. Okay, so that's why we also need to turn this bird into prefab. So select the bird and drag it into that prefab folder or assets. Okay, so I'm gonna what we will do, we will create a 3 points. From those points we wanna spawn pipe. Before, we need to create a spawner script. Okay, so go to assets, firstly go to scripts, right click on it and create C# script. Okay, and we will call this one to spawner, pipe spawner. Let's call it pipe spawner to make sense, and hit this enter button and double click that to open up in Visual Studio. Okay, double click that to open up in Visual Studio. And we also need to make a game object for this. So this script will handle when we should spawn the pipe and from which position we want to spawn pipe. So this script will do that thing. So that's why we have created this script. Okay, so double click that to open up in Visual Studio. When it's done, go back to Unity and create an empty game object in hierarchy. Okay, and reset the transform of that game object and attach this script to that game object. So we will able to see the execution of this script if we attach to the our any game object this script, or else we won't able to do anything. So go to hierarchy first. Okay, right click on it and create an empty game object. Let's call this game object to spawner, something like that, and go to transform, right click on it and reset the transform. So it will reset the position of the game object to 0 in the x, y in the 0, as well as goes for the z axis. Okay, and let's select an icon for it to see that. Okay, so we will choose this green one. It's fine, as you can see, and attach this script to this pipe spawner script. Okay, drag that or hit this add component and find the script by typing and attach that, and double click that to open up in Visual Studio. So we want to spawn the pipe every after 2 seconds. Okay, so I'm gonna remove this from the top. So we wanna, so if we go to pipe spawner script, we wanna spawn the pipe every after 2 seconds. Okay, so let's create two variable in the top, and those variable will keep track of when to spawn our pipe. Okay, so let's create firstly we will make a start time. Okay, that will be float and we just making it public, so we can set that in the inspector. So this time will keep track of when we should spawn that pipe. So, let's call it something like start time. Okay, start time, and the next field we will create a time between spawn. Okay, so we're gonna make it public, private. It doesn't need to be public, you can make it public as well. So that will also be an float, and we will call this one to time between spawn. Okay, time between spawn, and close that off with semicolon. And by default you can set start time to any value you like. So let's suppose we will set by default to 2f. Basically means after 2 seconds we want to spawn that pipe. So that's why we have typed over there and we made it public, so you can adjust that in the inspector as well. How much after minute you after second you want to spawn each pipe. Okay, so we will go over to start function, and as you know, a start function get call whenever the game start. Okay, and it just call one time. So what we will do in this start function, we wanna set this time between spawn to start time. Okay, let's set this time between spawn to start time. So start time by default we selected 2. Okay, so the time between time between spawn in the start of the game will be 2, because we directly setting it. As you can see, time between spawn equal to start time, which is by default we selected 2. So this one is 2, so the time between spawn will be 2, because time between spawn is equal to our start time. Okay, let's head over to update function, and as you know, update function get call whenever the every single frame. We will head over to that and we will check. Okay, so we will use this we will use if condition, and we will check for if time between spawn, if it's lesser than or equal to 0. If that is the case, so make this curly brackets. So in the start of the game, this time between spawn will not be 0. Okay, will not be 0 because time between spawn we setting it start time, and start function get called whenever the game start. In the start of the game we setting time between spawn to start time, which by default we selected 2, so the time between spawn over here will be 2. So in that situation, time between spawn is not lesser than or equal to 0. So in that case, what we want to do, we want to subtract. Okay, so we have to use this else condition and make this curly brackets. So we want to subtract from our time between spawn. Okay, time between spawn some little. Okay, so we have to use minus equal, which will subtract. Okay, minus equal, let's subtract time dot delta time, which is time between since the last frame has gone. Okay, so this is the difference. We just subtracting from our time between spawn every single frame with this time dot delta time. If it hits 0, so at a one time this time between spawn will hit 0, because time between spawn in the start of the game, which is a start time, which is 2, so the time between spawn over here will be 2. So in that situation, this condition it's not true, time between spawn is not lesser than or equal to 0. So in that situation, we just subtracting from our time between spawn every little frame, every single frame. As you can see, we are doing it update function. So at a sometime this time between spawn will hit 0, because we just subtracting from that. So if that hits 0, so what we wanna do, we wanna set this back to time between spawn to, let's we wanna set this one back to start time. Okay, so if it hits 0, we wanna set this start time to time between spawn to start time. Okay, so at start time, as you know, which is 2, so the time between spawn over here will be once again 2. Okay, so in this situation this condition will not run. So this condition will run, this else condition will run, and in else condition we just subtracting from our time between spawn with the time dot delta time till it hits 0. When it hits 0, when the time between spawn becomes lesser than or equal to 0, in that situation we setting back time between spawn to start time, which is by default we selected 2. Okay, so the time between spawn will again to be 2. Okay, so the condition over here will be looped forever. So every after 2 seconds we just setting back time between to start time. Okay, every after 2 seconds we setting back time between spawn to start time. Okay, because we start time by default which have chosen 2. So after setting back, before we setting back time between, we wanna spawn that pipe. Every after we wanna spawn that pipe. So if it's working or not, let's print out a message in the console. Okay, so print out a message in the console, we have to use debug.log, and in quotation we have to type the string we want to. Let's suppose we will call say spawn pipe. Okay, and close that off with semicolon and control s on your keyboard to save your code, and head again to Unity. So whenever the time between spawn becomes 0, firstly it's just printing out the message whatever we have typed over there. We have a spawn pipe, then we just setting back time between spawn to start time by okay, and then as you know, start time by default we have chosen 2, so that this time between spawn by again will be 2. Okay, this time between spawn will be again 2. In this condition, this else condition will run, so we just subtracting till it hits 0. When it hits 0, it's just firstly printing out the message, and we again setting back time between spawn to our start time. Okay, so control s on your keyboard to save your code, and select the console in the bottom and hit play in the top. So every after 2 seconds that message will pop up, says a spawn pipe. Okay, every after 2 seconds, because we have chosen a start time to 2. You can choose any number you like. Every after that amount of time, pipe will be spawned. Okay, that message will print up. So as you can see, every after 2 seconds the spawn pipe message just printing out in the console. Okay, every after 2 seconds. So instead of printing out message, okay, instead of printing out message, we wanna print out or spawn this pipe. So we need this pipe game object to spawn this pipe. Before to spawn pipe or to spawn anything, so we will make a separate function for it. So let's go to down and type void for function. Let's call it something like spawn pipe. Okay, and make this first bracket and these curly brackets. And in this function what we will do, we wanna spawn the pipe, so we have to use instantiate function. Okay, this function is responsible for spawning pipe. Okay, this function, you if you want to instantiate anything or spawn anything, you have to use this instantiate function, and this function will take the game object you want to instantiate as a first argument. It will take, so we definitely gonna spawn that pipe, so we need that pipe game object to spawn that. And the second thing, it will take the position from where you want to instantiate, okay, or spawn. So we will create 3 points over here out of the screen in the right side. Okay, from those point we wanna spawn this pipe, and we will choose a random position from those point we wanna spawn the pipe or gonna instantiate that. And the third thing, it will take the rotation. Okay, so before we spawn or before we do these things, we need to assign those variable. We need the first the game object, which is the pipe game object, as well as we need the point or position from where we want to instantiate. So let's assign those first before we use that. So make double slash for now to make it common, so it will not affect our code. And go top of the class, we need to assign those variable. We need to go get that pipe as well as the position from where we want to instantiate. Okay, so let's head over to Unity, and we need to create those points. So go to hierarchy, right click on it, and create an empty game object. And we will move it over here, something like that. We will move it out of the screen from here. Let's call this one to spawn. Okay, spawn points, this is will be the parent one, and select an icon for it. So let's select this green one. So we will create 3 child game objects. Okay, basically position. So right click on spawn point game object and create an empty game object, and we will move this one over here, select an icon for that. Let's choose this green one. Okay, let's choose and duplicate couple of times. So we want to duplicate 3 times from this position we want to instantiate. And let's make spaces between this point or position. As you can see, now we have 3 points, and from this point we just want to instantiate or spawn that pipe. Okay, we want to instantiate or spawn that pipe, so we have 3 points. Okay, to make or this all are position. Okay, so as you can see, it has transform component by default, which is responsible for position, rotation, and scale. So we need the transform to get the position of it. Okay, so let's head over to scripts and go to top of the class. Firstly we need, so we will make it public so we can set it through inspector. That will be game object, and as you know, the pipe is self a game object. Let's delete from this in view, and we have turned this into a prefab, so we don't need to be worry about that. So let's delete from this in view. Okay, so select that and delete, and we have the game object over here, pipe parent. As you can see, if I double click that to open that up, as you can see. Okay, so we need that game object, that is an also an game object. Okay, that is an also an game object. So let's call it something like, we will call it pipe prefab or pipe copy or pipe prefab game object, and close that off with semicolon. And we also need those position. Okay, we also need those position. Let's make it public so we can set it through inspector. So for position we have to type transform is responsible position. Okay, and as you seen, we have multiple points. We don't have just one single point or one single position, we have multiples. So what we need to make an array. Okay, so basically we need to make this square brackets. Okay, and let's call it something like pipe position or pipe points. Let's call it points. Okay, points, and close that off with semicolon, and control S on your keyboard to save your code and assign those variable in the Unity. Okay, before you instantiate or spawn. So we have multiple points, so that's why we just creating an array. Basically it hold multiple data. It can be position, it can be name, it can be integer values, it can hold up multiple values. Okay, so if we go to spawner script, as you can see, we have the pipe prefab which says none, which is empty. So we need the drag the game object we want to instantiate. So we want to instantiate or spawn this pipe, so we want to drag into that pipe prefab slot. Now we have the pipe parent or pipe game object we want to instantiate, and we also need to drag all of this point, okay, into this point array. Okay, to do that, in the inspector, in the right side, as you can see, lock it and select all of them by holding down shift and drag it to this point array. Okay, point array, as you can see, now we have dragged all of the points into that array. Now we can spawn that game object. Okay, so let's do that. So I'm gonna clear this console. Okay, firstly I wanna save it, so Control S on your keyboard to save your let's head again to script once again. So we will use this instantiate function, and this instantiate function, as you know, it will take the game object you want to instantiate as a first argument. So let's pass the pipe prefab which we have assigned it. We have dragged the pipe game object into that slot. We will pass that as a first argument. Okay, and comma the position where we want to instantiate or gonna spawn that pipe. So let's suppose we wanna spawn that pipe from this middle point. Okay, middle point. So the middle point index, we need to pass the index of that. So the if we go to middle point, if we choose this middle point index is 0. As you can see, if we go to spawner script, 0 is the middle one. As you can see, 0 is the middle one, 1 is the bottom one. Okay, index of 1 is the bottom one, and the index of 2 is the top one. Okay, so the middle one index is 0. So if we want to instantiate or wanna spawn from this middle point, so that we need to pass the index of it. So index of the middle point is 0. Okay, so we have to type the array name, which is points. We know, make these square brackets and pass the index from where you want to instantiate or gonna spawn the pipe. So let's suppose we wanna spawn that pipe from that middle point, so we gonna pass this 0. 0 is the middle point, okay, index of it, and dot, we have to access the position. Okay, because that is an position. And a third argument, it will take the rotation. So let's pass quaternion dot identity, it's basically means no rotation, and close that off with semicolon, and Control S on your keyboard to save your code. So whenever the time between spawn becomes 0 or lesser than 0, we just calling this spawn pipe function over here, as you can see. And in spawn pipe function over here, it's just spawning that pipe game object at this point, which is the middle point. As you can see, we pass the index 0, which is the middle point, with no rotation. Quaternion dot identity, it's basically means no rotation. So this function over here will spawn that pipe at this point with no rotation whenever we call this function. Okay, so Control S on your keyboard to save your code and head again to Unity. So every after 2 seconds we will able to see that pipe game object will be spawned from that middle point every after 2 seconds. Okay, you can specify the time over here, start time, it's up to you. How much in between you want to spawn, how much you need time to spawn. Okay, it's up to you. So just hit this play button in the top, and every after 2 seconds we will able to see that pipe game object will be spawned from that middle point. Okay, every after 2 seconds. So just wait for to compile, and if we hit play in the top, we will able to see that change. Just wait for to compile. Before, you have to assign all of the variables, or else it will throw you an error. Okay, before you do that. So as you can see, so if we wait for 2 seconds, as you can see, every after 2 seconds the pipe game object is just spawning from this middle point, as you can see, every after 2 seconds. So instead of printing or instantiate or spawning that from middle point, we wanna choose a random point from this array or this point. Okay, we wanna choose a random one. From that position we wanna spawn that pipe prefab game object. So what we need to do, let's head again to script. Okay, and before we instantiate or spawn the pipe, we will use this random dot range function. Okay, random dot range function. So this function over here will take the minimum, okay, the minimum index and the maximum index. As you can see, float minimum inclusive, float max inclusive. So minimum we will pass the 0 1 we have. Okay, and we will pass as a second argument the maximum. We will pass points dot length. So what does this points dot length mean? And close that off with semicolon. Points dot length over here basically means how many points we have. As you can see, we have 3 points, 1 2 3. We have 3 points, so the points dot length over here is 3. But random dot range function will not include 3. Okay, but it will definitely gonna include this 0. So the random dot range function over here will pick up a random number between 0 and 3. Okay, it can be 0 1 2, but it will not include 3. Okay, so point dot length over here means how many points we have. We have 3 points as we know, so this one becomes 3, but it will the random dot range function over here will not include 3. Okay, it will include 0. So the random dot range function will give us 0 1 2, so it will give us an random number. Okay, it can be 0 1 and 2. So let's store this in a variable. Okay, let's create an integer variable. The result will be integer, as you know. It will be whole number, not decimal numbers like 0 1 2. Those are whole numbers, so that's why we have to create an integer and name this to something like pipe index or index. Let's call it pipe index. Okay, and we will set equal to this. So we are just storing the result into this pipe index parameter or the variable. It work like container. Okay, so the random dot range over here will give us a random number between 0 and 3. It can be 0 1 2. So the pipe index over here can be 0 1 and 2. Okay, if it's let's suppose if this becomes 0, so 0 will be the middle point, 1 the index of 1 will be the bottom one, and index of 2 will be the top one. Okay, so let's replace this. Instead of specifically spawning that pipe from the 0 or the middle point, we will replace this one with pipe index. And as you know, pipe index can be 0 1 2, because we just creating a random dot range function and it will give us a random number. It can be 0 1 2, and we storing that number into this pipe index, okay, variable. And after that we just replacing that pipe index, and pipe index can be 0 1 2. Let's suppose it becomes 0. So if it's 0, so it will the pipe will be spawned from this middle point. And if the pipe index became 1, so 1 will be this the bottom one, so the pipe will be spawned from this point. Else if the pipe index becomes 2, so the pipe will be spawned from the top point. Okay, so control S on your keyboard to save your code and head again to Unity. Okay, head again to Unity. So whenever the time between spawn becomes 0, we calling this function. And what this function is doing, firstly we creating a local variable which is pipe index. It can be 0 1 2, and then we just using this function instantiate, and this function over here will take the game object you want to instantiate as a first argument, and second thing it will take the position from where you want to spawn that pipe, and the third thing it will take the rotation. We pass quaternion dot identity. It basically means no rotation. Okay, control S on your keyboard to save your code and head again to Unity and hit this play button in the top. So we will able to see the pipe game object will be spawned from this random one. Okay, pipe game object will be spawned or spawn from random point. So now it's spawned from this point. As you can see, now middle, now third. As you can see, the pipe just spawning from random point. Okay, as you can see, but we also need to delete this pipe. Okay, whenever the pipe out of the screen, as you can see, okay, we also need to delete this. Why? The game will be laggy because it will hold too many game object. As you can see, the hierarchy is filled up with our game object, game object, as you can see, as well as the sim view. So at some time the game will be laggy because it will hold too many game objects. So after some period of time we also need to delete this pipe game object. Okay, we also need to delete this pipe game object. So when should we delete this pipe game object? Okay, so if I drag pipe prefab into the scene view, as you can see, if the pipe position, okay, if I select this pipe parent and select this move tool, if the pipe over here, and if we go to transform then position, as you can see, if the pipe position becomes minus something like minus 13 or 12, let's suppose minus 12. Okay, so it will be out of the screen. As you can see, it will be out of the screen. So let's do it for minus 15 would be better. So as you can see, the pipe would be pipe will be out of the screen. So we also need to delete this game object whenever the pipe is out of the screen. So if the position of that pipe, as you can see, minus 15, we're gonna delete this pipe. Okay, if the position becomes of the pipe in the x, as you can see, not the y, we will check only for x position. Okay, we only check for x position. So we will only check for x position. Okay, firstly we need to go to transform, then position, then x, and if the x becomes minus 15, as you can see, we wanna destroy this pipe. Okay, so I'm gonna delete this one from the scene view. Okay, so we need to go to pipe script. We have attached script to our pipe parent. Okay, if I open up the pipe parent, as you can see, we have attached a pipe script to that pipe parent game object, not the child one, as you can see. So let's open that up script. You can attach any script you want. So right click on assets first, create C# script, name that to something like pipe destroy, and attach that to pipe parent, not the child one. Okay, attach that script to add component section and double click that to open up in Visual Studio. So we will go over to update function. Okay, because update function get called every single time and every single frame. So we need to check the position of the pipe every single frame, if the position already has become minus 15 or not. So firstly we need to check. So we have to use if condition. Firstly we will go to transform, then we will go over to position, and we will check for x position or x axis, and if it's lesser than or equal to minus 15 f. Okay, as you seen, and make this curly brackets. So if the position of this pipe already is minus 15, so if I drag one of them from this prefab folder, if the position of this pipe, okay, over here, as you can see, if we go to transform, then position, and if we move it over something like minus 15, so it will be out of the screen. Okay, so we wanna destroy this game object or this pipe game object. Okay, so pipe, we have attached the pipe script to this game object. So what we have to do over here, we will use this destroy function. Okay, destroy function. So destroy function over here will take the game object you want to destroy. Okay, so we want to destroy this pipe game object itself. We attach the script to our pipe parent game object, as you can see. So we want to destroy this game object itself. So we have to type this dot game object. It's basically means itself. Okay, and close that off with semicolon and control s on your keyboard to save your code and head again to Unity. So whenever the position and the transform dot position dot x over here means this transform. Okay, basically the pipe transform or the pipe game object transform referencing itself. Okay, so this transform over here. So just wait for to compile. I'm gonna explain that. Just wait for to compile. So as you can see, the transform over there basically means this transform, and we just going to position, then we going to x, and if it's lesser than or equal to minus 15f, if that is the case, we using this destroy function, and destroy function basically takes the game object you want to destroy. We just passing itself this dot game object, basically it's referencing its self whole game object. Okay, so control s on your keyboard to save your code. I'm going to delete this one prefab from our scene view, and now if I hit play, whenever the pipes out of the screen and the pipe position became in the x minus 15, it will destroy itself, because we just keeping track if the position if minus 15 f or not. If it's the case, we using that destroy function, and destroy function, as you know, it will take the game object you want to destroy, and we just passing itself. So as you can see, whenever the pipe just getting out of the screen or pipe parent, as you can see, whenever it's become 15, it's just destroying itself whenever the pipes just pipe in the x axis become 15. Okay, minus 15. So whenever the pipes out of the screen, it's just destroying itself. Now the hierarchy and the scene is clear. As you can see, it's pretty much cool to do. Okay, so let's dive into next thing we need to do from, assets, we will drag the background, go to game objects, directly drag it to the scene view or hierarchy. As you can see, we will make it little bit large, where as you can see it's pretty small. So go to select the sprite first, choose pixel per unit to 16, something like that, and choose filter mode to point of filter, hit apply, and you are done. So as you can see it's pretty big. I guess I'm gonna move this, select the move tool in the right and move it up. As you can see it's little bit large. So what we will do, we will make the pixel per unit to something like 32, I guess. Yes, 32, and hit this apply button once again. Now it's fine. Let's move the background day to the down and duplicate couple of times. The problem is that we're not able to see the bird because the bird layer, okay, we need to assign sorting layer. Basically the background layer is in front of our bird layer, so that is the reason we're not able to see the bird. So we will tackle that before we're gonna duplicate this one couple of time. Let's do that thing. So go to background day, okay, go to sprite renderer. Over there, as you can see, sorting layer, so hit edit sorting, add sorting layer, and hit this plus icon. Let's make for the background as well as for the pipe. Oh sorry, not for the pipe, for the bird. So let's make for background first and move the background behind, all the way behind. Okay, so the background layer will be behind our bird layer, and let's make for the bird background as well. So hit this plus icon, make it bird, okay, and we will leave the bird layer in front of all of the layers, in front of our ground layer as well. We just move it, the background layer all the way behind. So the background layer will be our behind of bird layer. As you can see, bird layer is in front of all of the layer. So let's assign, we need to assign those layer to, let's assign the background day to background layer. Okay, so go to a sprite renderer, additional setting, then choose sorting layer to background. Now the we have assigned this background as a background layer. Okay, and duplicate this one couple of time by control D to fit off screen. Okay, to fit it off in skin. So let's move it to something like 10, I guess. No, 10. So let's move it to 8.5. Now it's fine, and duplicate one more time and move it this one to the left direction. Sorry, I just mistake there. I just done mistake. So move it this one to the left direction, something like minus 8.5, and now it's fine. It's just cover up the whole screen. As you can see, I'm gonna select all of the background. I'm gonna move it little down, something like this much. Now it's pretty fine to fit up our screen. Okay, to make the hierarchy little bit clean, we will create an empty game object. Okay, so go to hierarchy, right click on that and create an empty game object. Let's call it something background holder or backgrounds. Okay, backgrounds, let's call it background. Go to transform of that, right click on it and reset the transform. So it will reset the position of that game object to 0 0 0 in the x y z axis. Okay, and place all of the background layer or the backgrounds into that background game object. Now it is a child of our this background. If we move this background, the this background layer or the background will also move with it. And let's collapse it once. Now the hierarchy is little bit clean. Let's move this background in the top hierarchy. Okay, now it's pretty much cool to say, and assign this bird as a bird layer. Okay, we haven't assigned that. So go to sprite renderer, then additional setting, so choose sorting layer to bird as we name it, and choose that and go to overrides and then apply all. So it will change in the prefab as well. Okay, so hit this apply all, so it will change in the prefab as well. Now it's done. Okay, and go to file in the top left and save it, control S for saving the whole of your project. Okay, now it's fine. Now if we hit play, it will be great. The pipe will come right side from our screen, and we need to make the score. Okay, the second thing, we need to make the score. So just wait to comes in. and we also need to make the die function as well as lot of things. And we need to adjust the collider of the bird little bit. As you can see, it seems like the bird is floating on the ground. So let's make the bird sprite. Okay, if we go to bird sprite and if we move this one to see the collider, as you can see the green line over here, we need to edit that green line or the collider as the size of a sprite. As you can see, it's not size it up correctly. So go to box collider 2D or any collider, hit this edit collider to edit the collider and make it size of the bird. Okay, make it size of the bird to feed it correctly, and it will be give us a correct collision. And then doing that, hits override, go to top of the inspector, hits override, click on overrides and then apply all, so it will change in the prefab as well. Now if we hit play, we will able to see the bird will not float on the ground anymore because we have adjust the collider as well as okay for that the ground. So just wait for to compile. When we play, we can jump out of the screen. We need to fix that. As you can see now, the bird is not seems like it's floating on the ground, as well as it's perfectly colliding with the pipe game object. Okay, so next thing we have to cover up the score. Let's create a score management script for keeping track of score. Okay, so go to assets, right click on it, create C# script, name it score management. Okay, score management, and double click that to open up in Visual Studio. Before that create an empty game object in hierarchy. Okay, double click that to open up in Visual Studio and head again to Unity once again and go to hierarchy, right click on it and create an empty game object, reset the transform of that. Okay, and select an icon for that and attach the script whatever you have created to that game object. Okay, so just wait for to compile. When it's done, create that. So it will take a few seconds for creating our script. It will just this script just will keep track of when keep track of to increase our score. Okay, so go to hierarchy. When it's complete, hierarchy, go to hierarchy, create a right click and create an empty game object. Let's name this to something like score management as the script we have named it. Go to transform of it, right click on that and reset the transform and select an icon for that. So let's choose this green one. I'm gonna move this over here something like that and say, attach the script to this score management game object. Okay, or hit this add component, find the script by typing the name of it and attach that. I'm gonna move this score management game object in the top hierarchy so we can see it. Okay, and double click that to open up in Visual Studio. So let's create a current score field. Okay, that will be an integer value, basically whole numbers 1 2 3 4 like that. Okay, and we will make it public so we can see in inspector that, and we will also call through another script, so that's why we're making it public. Okay, so this will be public int, let's call it current score. Okay, current score, and by default it will be 0 as you know when the game starts. So let's set by default 0 and close that off with semicolon and control s on your keyboard to save your code. So public int current score we have created, this is an variable. Okay, we made it public so we can call through another script as well, so that's why you need to make it public, else it will be set it up to private, you won't able to call it through another script. Okay, so when we increase this score, when we pass through our pipes. Okay, so control s on your keyboard to save your code, and when we should increase that score when we pass through any pipes, between pipes. So we need to make sure if we passing through pipes or not. So we gonna add a collider to our pipe. Okay, between those two pipes, not the pipes. We already have attached collider to those pipes. We also need to attach a collider between those pipes, between those two pipes, to check if we have passed through that or not. So go to prefab game object, open that up. Over here, as you can see, we have created an empty parent game object. Okay, in that game object, in that parent game object, we will attach a script, we will attach a collider, and that collider will detect if the bird is collided with this collider or not. If it's, then we will increase that current score by 1 unit. So let's do that. Let's add a let's add a collider, okay, to this game object, parent game object. You can create a separate game object for that, and you can attach that. Okay, so I'm gonna do it with this parent. So hit this add component. Okay, hit this add component and attach any collider you like. So I'm gonna attach a box collider 2D, and I will edit the collider to map up the size of the to fill the size, okay, between these two pipes. So stretch or edit the collider between, make the size between these two pipes as you can see, and make the thickness thickness like this. Okay, pretty much like this, make the thickness, and set this is triggered to true. Okay, is triggered to true. Okay, is triggered to true, and we are doing it our prefab. Okay, if you drag this, so now we have attached the collider, and so we set this is triggered to true, basically checked, as you can see. So we will use on trigger inter 2D function. That function get called whenever we trigger with something, and we set this collider is triggered to true, as you can see. So we will use that function. Okay, before that we need to assign this game object, this pipe parent game object, something like point. Okay, so go to inspector over there, which is untag. So add a tag, hit this plus icon, and add call it anything you like. So I'm gonna call it point, save it, and head again to that game object once again, and assign that untag to point. Now we have assigned this game object or this collider as a point tag, as you can see. So we going to assign v once again, and if you don't do the, you can just directly drag the pipe, and you can attach the collider to this game object. Okay, pipe parent, and you have to set this is triggered to true, checked, basically check, and you also need to assign with a certain tag. Okay, so I'm gonna delete this, and after doing that, hit this overrides and then apply all. So it will change in the prefab as well. So I'm gonna delete this from scene view now, and we will use on trigger inter 2D function. Okay, because we have set this pipe is triggered to true, basically checked. So that's why we're going to use that. You can use we will create a separate function for it. Okay, to make things simple. So go to scripts, right click on it. Okay, right click on it, create C# script, name that to something like bird collision or bird trigger, something like that. Okay, and or you can do this hit add component, select the bird game object first. Okay, hit this add component, and name the script you want to name it. So I'm gonna call it something like bird collision. Okay, bird collision, and hit this new script, click on new script, and create an add. Okay, create an add and double click that to open up in Visual Studio. So it will take a few seconds for compiling it. When it's done, double click that to open up in Visual Studio. Okay, so if we head again to Unity once again, it will compile for a second, and we will use on trigger inter 2D function, because as we know, we have used it that we basically set that is trigger to true. So that's why we're going to use that. Okay, so when we pass through those pipe, we wanna increase the score. Before, we need to check if we actually colliding with that passing through that pipe or not. Basically we colliding with that collider, whatever we have set between those two pipes. Okay, we're gonna check before that. So go to overrides and then apply all. So it will change in the prefab as well. As you can see, it's become plus icon. Okay, so hit this apply all, go to overrides, hit this apply all. So it will change in the prefab as well. It will attach this bird collision script to our prefab of this bird as well. Okay, by doing that, double click that to open up in Visual Studio. let's remove this start and update function for now, and also these two namespaces in the top, we don't need it. And we will use this on trigger enter 2d function. Okay, on trigger enter 2d function. So this function get called whenever we trigger with something. Okay, whenever we trigger with something, where that function will get called. If I drag the pipe game object into scene view, as you can see, we have set this one is triggered to true. We have added a box collider 2d, and we said this one is triggered to true, and we also assigned this game object, or this game object, point game object, as a point tag, as you can see. Okay, so what we will do, we will go to a script and we will check. Okay, we wanna check whatever we have triggered it with. Okay, we wanna print out the name of that game object. So we definitely gonna trigger with this pipe parent game object. We assign it that as a point tag. As you can see, we set it is triggered to true, basically check. So this function will get called whenever we trigger with something. Okay, if the bird trigger with something, this function will get called. And you can extract info whatever you have triggered it with by going to this other. You can extract info like name of the collider you have triggered it with. Okay, so the name of this game object, if we trigger with this, which is pipe parent, as you can see the name of the game object. Okay, the name of the game object is pipe parent. So we gonna definitely gonna trigger with that game object. So let's go to script. So we wanna print out a message. Basically we wanna extract the name of the game object whatever we have triggered it with. So we have to use this debug.log. Okay, so firstly we will go to other, and then we other, then we will access the game object, and we want to extract the name of the game object. So dot name you have to use. Okay, and close that off with semicolon, and control s on your keyboard to save your code, and head again to Unity. Okay, so we definitely gonna trigger with this pipe. Okay, pipe or this collider, and we just printing out the name in the console. Okay, which is a pipe parent. As you can see the name of the game object whatever we will trigger with, we definitely gonna trigger with this pipe parent. Okay, so if I select this console and if I hit play in the top, if we pass through or collide or trigger with this, if the bird trigger with this collider, okay, the game object of the name of the game object will print out in the console, because basically we just printing. Okay, as you can see pipe parent. Now if we if we trigger multiple times, as you can see, we just printing out the name of the game object in the console. Okay, so now it's working. Basically we just triggering with this trigger. Okay, collider, and we set it is triggered to true. Make sure that before you do that code. Okay, so I'm gonna delete this one. Instead of printing out message, what we wanna do, we wanna increase the score if we pass through that pipe. Okay, so firstly we will check. Okay, firstly we will check, we have to use this if condition. Okay, if we will check if other dot game object dot tag. Okay, if it's equals to point, and make this curly brackets. Basically what we're doing, whatever we have triggered it with, and we definitely gonna trigger with that pipe parent game object. If I go to pipe parent game object, and we assign it this pipe parent game object as a tag which is point, as you can see in the inspector. So so over here we are checking. Okay, if we whatever we have triggered it with, if that game object, if other dot game object dot tag, if that game object has tag which is point, if that is the case, what we want to do, we wanna increase the current score. Okay, so we definitely gonna trigger with this point game object. Okay, by the way, we're gonna trigger with this point, and we assign it this collider or the game object as a point tag, as you can see in the inspector. Okay, so we definitely gonna trigger with that point. So what we gonna do, we wanna increase the we gonna increase the current score. If we go to score management script, over here as you can see public in current score, which is by default we have chosen 0. So in the start of the game we will have current score 0. Okay, so that is the case. So when we trigger or when we pass through those pipe, we want to increase this current score, so we need to get access of this current score variable. Then we can set the value of it by 1 unit if we pass through those pipes. So let's go to part collision script once again. So over here we just passing through the pipe. Okay, so we firstly need to go to this script and we need to access this variable, and we make it made it public. Okay, so that's why we will able to access this. Okay, so let's go to bird collision, and we have to use this find object of type statement. Okay, sorry, find object of type, this function. Okay, find object of type, and you have to pass in this arrow the script name, which is score management script as you seen. So we will go over to score management script. Okay, score management script, and make this first bracket and dot, and we're gonna access the current score. As you can see, we are able to see that because we made it public. Okay, current score. So what will do in this current score, we're gonna add, so we're gonna add plus equal 1 we have to use, and close that off with semicolon. Firstly we are finding the object of type, which is score management. As you can see in this score management script, we have made this current score variable, and by default we have chosen 0. So current score will be 0 whenever the game starts. Okay, so when we trigger with this pipe, as you can see, or when we pass through that pipe, firstly we going to that script, score management script, and we accessing that current score variable as you seen, and we adding to our current score by 1 unit. As you can see, plus equal 1, or you can use this plus plus, it also means the same case. Okay, plus plus, it also means the same case. So just we are adding 1 unit to our current score. So the for the first time, if we pass through that pipe for the first time, we will increase our point current score by 1, because 0 plus 1 for the first time will be 0 plus 1, which will be 1. Okay, firstly we finding the script, which is score management, and we are accessing that current score variable, and we adding to it by 1. Plus plus or plus equal 1, it also means the same thing. Okay, so control s on your keyboard to save your code, and head again to Unity. Okay, so when we pass through those pipe, okay, pass through those pipe, we just adding to our current score by 1 unit for each one. Okay, when we pass through those pipe. So just wait for to compile and head again to Unity. Okay, so I'm gonna go to scene view once again. So click this arrow. So now we are in scene view, and if we go to score management script, as you can see, current score by default we have chosen 0. Okay, so now if I hit play, and if we pass through those pipes, we will increase this current score by 1. Basically we just adding by 1 unit to our current score when we collide with that trigger or the point, as you seen. Okay, basically when we pass through that pipe. So so as you can see, current score we increasing by 1. Okay, when we for the first time it's became 1. So just wait to comes, and if we trigger with this pipe, so I'm gonna move this pipe. So basically we need to increase the velocity. As you can see, it's became true when we pass through the pipe for the second time. Okay, for the second time, as you can see. Okay, so it's working. Instead of showing that current score over here, we want to show it over here. Okay, we want to show it in the UI, not the in the inspector. So the gamer or the player will not able to see his current score. So we need to show that up over here in this screen, the current score or the progression. Okay, uh, so let's do that. Current score into UI to show in the screen. Okay, we need to create canvas, and into that canvas we need to place all of the UI elements like text, images, all of the things. Okay, so to create a canvas, you need to go to hierarchy first. So right click on hierarchy, go to UI, and select this canvas. Okay, select this canvas and select the canvas. I'm going to drag it into top hierarchy so we can see it, and select the canvas and F to focus on. Okay, as you can see, it is our canvas, and we need to place all of the UI elements into this canvas. Okay, to see in screen. So go to canvas scaler of this canvas. Okay, go to inspector first, then go to canvas, move over to canvas scaler, select constant UI scale mode to scale with screen size, and choose resolution in the X, something like 1920, okay, 4K, and 1080 in the Y. And we have done this, and what we will do, we will create the text. So right click on the canvas. Okay, we need to place the text into this canvas, so that's why. So right click on the canvas, go to UI, then say legacy, then choose this text. Okay, choose this text, and we will rename this text to something like, let's say, current text or score text. Okay, let's call it score text. Okay, score text, and so choose this rect tool, and resize. Okay, hold down alt on your keyboard to resize from center. As you can see, we will go over to font size, we will make it bigger to so we can see it. Let's do it 100. As you can see, this is black. Let's choose a white color for it, or black, you can choose any color you like. So I'm gonna choose white, so I'm gonna move this over here. Okay, and we will set this text to 0, and choose alignment to both of this center, and choose font style to bold. Now it's fine. Okay, so we wanna move this in the top of the screen. So go to rect transform first, say click on this center, and hold down alt on your keyboard, and select this top one. So so this text over here will be always be in the top. If we resize this screen, okay, as you can see, the text it just resizing itself from the top. Okay, so it will stay in the top all the time, so that's why we have selected this one. Okay, so I'm gonna move this over here, and you can resize this text by holding down alt on your keyboard, so it will resize from the center. And you can increase the font size over here. You can play around, you can mess around with this text UI elements over here. Okay, so we need to connect this text to our current score. If we go to score management script, as you can see, we have this current score. So we need to set this text to our current score. To set this up, we need the reference of this text, as you can see. Then we can set the value anything we like 1, then 2, then 3, then 4, then 5. Basically we need the reference of this text, then we can set this value. So I'm gonna select by default 0. Okay, 0. Let's go over to score management in script, and double click that to open up in Visual Studio. So we need that text reference to set this up. So okay, so I'm gonna remove these two namespaces in the top, we don't need. Instead we will use this using Unity engine dot UI namespace. You need to include this in namespace. Okay, and close that off with semicolon, because text, as you know, that is an UI element, so that's why we need to include this namespace, which is using Unity engine dot UI. It will give us the reference of the text element. Okay, make sure you have include this namespace in your script. Okay, so let's create the field of the text. So we will make it public, so we can set through inspector, we can able to see the text field in the inspector. So that's why we making it public. So that will be text, as you send, that will be text component, and you have to name the component. So let's call it something like score text. Oh sorry, score text, and close that off with semicolon, and control as on your keyboard to save your code, and head again to Unity. So we will we will expect to see a field over here. Okay, which will be score text. We have name, which is the text, so we just need to drag this text to that text field. So then we will have the reference, then we can set the value we want. So we will set it up to our, we're gonna link up this current score to this text. Okay, so just wait for to compile. When it's done, just drag the text reference to that field. So then we will have the reference, then we can set the value we want it to have. So just wait. As you can see, score text appear which says none, which is empty. So we're gonna drag this text into that text field. Now we have the reference. Now we can set any value we like. So we're gonna hook this up to our current score. Let's do that. So go over to update function, we were gonna set it to update function, because update function get call every single frame. Okay, so we will set the score text. Firstly we will go to score text. Okay, score text dot text. Basically score text dot text basically means this text. We are firstly going to this score text, and then we are just accessing this text, and we will set the value of it to our current score. Okay, so we will set this current score and close that off with semicolon. But the current score over here is an integer value. Okay, it's an integer value, but the text over here is a string value, so we need to convert this integer to a string. To convert this integer value to a string, you just have to use this function dot to string and make this first bracket, so it will convert this integer value into a string value. Okay, so the current score by default is 0, so the current score over here will be 0, so the text score text dot text in the start of the game will be 0, because we directly setting it. Okay, so the current, but when we pass through that pipe, we just increasing this current score by 1. So let's suppose for the first time, if we pass through that pipe, so the current score over here will be 1, so the current score over here will be 1, so the score text dot text over here will be 1, because we directly setting it. As you can see, score text dot text, we're setting to our current score. We're just hooking up that our current score. Okay, we just linking up to our current score. So control S on your keyboard to save your code and head again to Unity. So it will just we just linking up our current score to this text. So whatever the current score is, the text will be that. Okay, so just wait for to compile, and make sure you have dragged the reference, else it will throw you an error. Okay, it will throw us an error. Make sure that before you do that. Okay, so when it just compile, if we pass through that pipe, we would expect to see the text over here will increase by 1 if we pass through those pipes. Okay, so just wait for to compile, and if we hit play, okay, if we hit play and if we pass through that pipe for the first time, this text would be 1. As you can see, the text becomes 1, then 2, then 3. Okay, it's just increasing by 1 when we pass through those pipes. Okay, so we also need to make the game over screen when we collide with this ground, as well as for the pipes we wanna over the game. Okay, we wanna end the game, so we need to do that. Go to assets first, head over to assets, right click on it, create C# script, name it to something like game manager, and go over to hierarchy, right click on that, create empty game object, name it to game manager as well, and go to transform of that, right click on it and try reset the transform, and select an icon for that to see over here, as you can see, and attach that game manager script to game manager game object. Okay, and I'm gonna drag it to top hierarchy so we can see it. So this script will be responsible for if the game is active or not. Okay, so let's double click that to open up in Visual Studio. So let's remove these two function, update and start, and also these two namespaces in the top, to make the script little bit cleaner. Let's make a bool parameter. Okay, that can be true or false, and we want to make it public, so we can set this parameter to from another script as well. So this will be bool, it can be true or false. Let's call this one is game active. Okay, is game active, and by default we're going to set it to true, because in the start of the game will be active. Okay, and close that off with semicolon. So when we collide with the pipe, okay, when we collide with the pipe and this ground, we wanna set that game active parameter to be false. Also for it goes over here, if I select this bird and move tool, if I move it over here, as you can see, if the position over here something like that, as you can see, if the position of the bird is 5, as you can see, if it's 5 in the y-axis, as you can see, we wanna set that parameter to be false. That game active parameter is game active parameter, we wanna set that to be false, because we in this situation we will be out of this screen. So that's why we want to set that parameter to false. As well as if we just fall down to the ground or hit with the ground, we also what sorry, we wanna set that game active parameter to be false as well. Go for same goes to for pipes. Okay, so let's do that. So we by default we just setting is game active parameter to be true, means in the start of the game it will be true. Okay, so what where we should set that parameter to be false when the position of the player or the part in the y-axis. So let's head over to bird script or player script. So over here we will go over to update function and we want to check if the position of the bird. So we have to do it if condition. So if transform, okay, transform dot position dot y, it's basically means, okay, so transform dot position dot y over here means the position of the bird in the y-axis. Okay, so control s on your keyboard to save your code and head again to unity. So when the player position, so as you can see we have attached our bird script or bird script to our bird game object. So the transform dot position dot y basically means our bird transform and we going over to position then accessing the y axis. Basically this, just wait for to compile and you will able to see basically this y. And if it's greater than, okay, if the bird position in the y axis is greater than 5 or equal to 5, okay, 5f, if that is the case, make this some curly brackets. And if that is the case, we want to set that game active parameter to be false, because in that situation we will be out of the screen. As you can see, if the position of the bird in the y-axis, if it's 5, as you can see it will be out of the screen. So we want to set that parameter game active parameter to be false. Before that we need to get the reference of this game manager script, then we will able to set this parameter to be false. Okay, so we need the reference of this game manager script, then we will able to set this parameter to be false. So let's go ahead to our game, sorry, bird script once again, and we have to use this find object of type. Okay, find object of type we have to use, and in these arrows we have to type the script name, which is game manager as you seen. Okay, and make this first bracket. In that script we made that is a game active parameter, okay, bool parameter. So let's access that. So type dot, and that is if is game active parameter, and we made it public, so that's why we able to access that parameter. Okay, and we wanna set this parameter to be false. Okay, we wanna set this parameter to be false and close that off with semicolon. So as you can see, when the word position in the y, if it's greater than or equal to 5f, okay, firstly we just finding the script which is named game manager. In that script we made this is game active parameter, bool parameter, and we setting that bool parameter to be false, as you can see. Okay, we setting that parameter to false. So control s on your keyboard to save your code and head again to unity. So when we are out of the screen, okay, in the y-axis, we just setting that parameter. Firstly we going to game manager script, then we accessing that bool parameter which is game active parameter, and we setting it to false. And we will also need to set that parameter to false when we collide with the ground. Okay, so let's do for the ground as well. So we need to open up the bird collision script. In that script we're just checking if we are colliding with the ground or not. Over here as you can see, or not, we are not doing over here. So let's do that. So we wanna use on collision inter 2D function. Okay, basically that function get called when we collide with something. So let's go to script once again. Let's use this on collision inter 2D function. Okay, so the sorry, on collision inter 2D function, and type the same name as I did over here. Okay, type its spelling should be correct. So as you can see, on collision enter 2D. Okay, so this function get called when we collide with something, and we can extract info whatever we have collided. Okay, like the name of the game object whatever we have collided with by going to this other, and also we can extract the tag name. Okay, all of those things we can extract. Okay, all of those things we can extract. All of those things we can extract by going to this other. So let's if we go to this ground game object, if we select this ground, okay, select this, as you can see, we haven't tagged this ground as a ground tag. So let's assign this ground game object as a ground tag. So let's go to tag over here in the inspector. Okay, inspector, and add tag. Here hit on add tag and hit this plus icon. Let's call this one to ground and save it, and select all of the ground game object. Okay, select all of them and go to inspector once again and tag that, untag to ground tag. Now we have assigned it our this ground as a ground tag. Okay, so what we wanna do, so this function get called whenever we collide with something, and we can extract info whatever we have collided with by going to this other. So we wanna check if we collided with the ground or not. So we wanna check if, okay, if other dot game object dot tag, if it's equals to ground. Okay, if it's equals to ground, so make this curly brackets. So basically what we doing, so if we collide with something, this function will get triggered, and whatever we have collided, if that game object has tag, as you can see, if other dot game object dot tag, if it's equals to ground, and we assign it our ground game object as a ground tag as you seen, so we definitely gonna trigger or collide with that ground. So what we wanna do, if we collide with this ground, we wanna set that is game active parameter to be false. So firstly we need to find the script, which is so we have to use this find object of type, and we have to pass the script name, which is game manager. Okay, game manager, and make this first bracket, and dot, we have to access the parameter we name or we assign it, which is game active. So we wanna set this parameter to false when we collide with that ground. So let's set it to false and close that off with semicolon. So when we collide with something, this function get triggered, and we checking whatever we have collided with, if that game object has ground tag, as you can see. So firstly we just finding the script, which is game manager. In that script we accessing this in game active parameter, and then we setting it to false. Okay, so control S on your keyboard to save your code and head again to Unity. And we also need to check for when we collide with the pipe, we want to set that parameter is game active parameter to be false. Okay, so just wait for to compile and you will able to see. If we select this game manager script, we would expect to see this game manager parameter, okay, which is game active parameter. By default we set it to true, basically checked over here, as you can see. Now if we hit play, if we goes out of this screen, as well as if we collide with this ground, we just setting this is game active parameter to be false, basically unchecked. Okay, so now if I and goes out of the screen, as you can see, we setting this is game active parameter to false. Okay, when we out of the screen, so we wanna set these things for our pipe. Okay, pipe collision. So let's do that. To do so, let's open up the script once again, and firstly we need to assign that pipe prefab game object as a pipe tag. Okay, so let's head over to prefab game object. Let's open up let's open up the pipe. Let's open up the pipe game object. Okay, let's open up the pipe game object, and we wanna assign this both of this pipe as a pipe tag. Okay, so let's assign, and make sure you have added collider to both of this pipe game object. Okay, make sure that, and go to transform, go to inspector first, then access, then go over to add tag and hit this plus icon and name it, let's call it pipe. Save it once again, select both of this game object and assign that tag, which is untag. Let's assign this as a pipe tag. Now we have assigned this pipe game object as a pipe tag, and make sure that, okay, make sure you have added collider both of this pipe game object, else collision will not be detected. Okay, make sure that as you can see, we have attached box collider to the both of this game object. Make sure that, okay. And let's go over to scene view once again. Let's open up the scripts. So over here, this function get called when we collide with something. Let's do the same case for our pipe. Okay, so we have to use this. Okay, sorry, not this. Hold down shift, and I don't know why we are not able to type that. I guess we did. I don't know. So let's do that in the. I don't know why my keyboard is not working. So let's do it next line. So we will check for as well. So we have to type other dot game object dot tag. We will check for this one pipe. Okay. So in quotation, type the tag name of the game object as you did for pipe. Okay. Make the spelling correct, else it will not work. And make this curly brackets. So we will do the same thing. So copy this line of code, control C, and paste it on this. So we are checking both of these game objects. So this function, as you know, it will get trigger or get called when we collide with something. So firstly we are checking for ground, if we colliding with the ground, or basically if whatever we have collided with, if that game object has tag ground, so we are setting that parameter to false, is game active parameter to false. As well as we're doing the same thing for the pipe, if that game object has tag pipe, whatever we have collided with, we're setting that is game active parameter to be false. Okay, so control S on your keyboard to save your code and head again to Unity. Okay, head again to Unity, head again to Unity, and when it's done you will able to see that. Okay, we're just setting that parameter to be false. So when it's done, select the game manager script, game manager game object. In that game manager game object we have attached this game manager script. Okay, let's hit play. In the top, we're just setting this parameter to false when we collide with the ground, as well goes for the pipe and when we out of this screen. So we doing the same thing, we're setting this parameter to be false. Okay, so now if we out of this screen, as you can see, we're setting this parameter to false, as well as goes for the pipes. So if the game is active parameter, if this one is false, okay, so we're not gonna move the ground anymore, as well as we're not gonna instantiate pipe. Okay, anymore. So also we're not gonna move the pipe. So let's do that. Firstly, let's do for our ground. So let's open up the ground script one more time. Okay, and double click that to open up in Visual Studio. So over here we just moving the pipe, moving the ground. As you can see, before we move, we want to check if the game is active or not. As you can see, as you seen, by default is game active parameter is true. So in the start of the game, the game active parameter is true, but when we collide with the ground or pipe, we just setting that parameter to false. So if that is the case, we wanna not gonna move the ground anymore. So let's check that. So we have to use this if statement. So let's use find object of type for finding the script, which is game manager. Okay, game manager, and make this first brackets. Hello. And dot, we need to access the parameter, which is game active. If it's equals to false. Okay, so in that situation, make this curly brackets. So we wanna not gonna move the ground anymore, so we wanna stop the moving ground right away. So over here we're just moving the ground. Before we move, we are checking, firstly we finding the game manager script, and then we accessing that is game active parameter. If it's false, if that is the case, we wanna type return. Basically we're not gonna move the ground anymore. Basically after return, this line of code will not be executed or not gonna call. So this line of will not be executed, and as you know, this is responsible for our moving ground. So this line of code will not be called, so that's why it will stop right over there. So firstly we finding the script, which is game manager. In that script we just accessing the is game active parameter, and if it's false, then we typing return, and after return this line of code will not be executed anymore. So control S on your keyboard to save your code and head again to Unity. So when we out of the screen, or when we collide with the pipe or the ground, we just said we just not moving the ground anymore, we just typing return. Basically means after return those line of code will not be executed or get called, and those line is responsible for moving our ground as you seen. So just wait for to compile, and if we now hit play in the top, when we are colliding with the ground or with the pipe, we just stop moving the ground. Okay, so now if we go, as you can see, when we are out of this screen, the ground is not moving anymore because in there just we typed return. So we also need to do the same thing for our pipe. As you can see, we need to stop moving our pipe. Okay, so we need to head over to our pipe script. So let's open up the pipe script, or pipe sorry, not pipe spawner. We need to open up the pipe script. So let's open up the pipe scripts by double clicking on it. Okay, double clicking on it. So as you can see, we just over here we moving the pipe in the left direction. Before we move the pipe, we want to check if the game is running, or if the is game active parameter is true or false. Okay, if it's false, we're not gonna move anymore. So let's check over here before we move. So we have to use this if condition. Let's find the script, which is we have to use find object of type. In this arrows we have to type the script name, which is game manager, and make this first brackets, and then dot access the is game active parameter, and if it's equals to false, if the okay, and make this curly brackets. So we wanna type return, and as you know, after return it's basically means this line of code will not be executed. Okay, so control s on your keyboard to save your code. So when we collide with the ground or the pipe will stop moving in the left direction. Okay, and we also need to stop spawning pipes when we are when the game active parameter is already false. Okay, so let's see that if it's working or not, and after that we will set that one as well. So just wait for to compile. So just wait for to compile. So okay, so as you can see, just pipe stop moving right over there, but as you can see, still the pipe spawning. We also need to stop that. Okay, we also need to stop that. So to stop that, we need to open up the pipe spawner script, because in that script we spawning the pipe over here. As you can see over here, we spawning the pipe. So before we spawn the pipe, let's check if the game is running or not. So if condition we have to use, let's use this find object of type apps. Well, in this arrows, let's type the script name, which is game manager, and access the parameter, which is game active, and let's check that one if it's false. If it's the case, make this curly brackets, and so in between curly brackets let's type return. And as you know, after return it's basically means those line of code will not be executed anymore. So close that off with semicolon and control s on your keyboard to save your code, and head again to Unity. Okay, so when we just colliding with the ground, or I guess pipe, or going out of the screen, we just setting is game active parameter to be false. If that is the condition, or if that is the situation, so if we hit play in the top, we just stop moving the pipe as well as the ground, and we also stop spawning pipes right away when just is game active parameter is false. So just wait and you will able to see. Okay, so as you can see, that stop. So let's I'm gonna make the gravity scale little bit uh, higher, something like 3, and let's check for it, for making the game a little bit small simple. Okay, you can play around with those numbers, it's up to you. So I guess it will be easy for now to do. So let's do. So now if we collide with the pipe, as you can see, pipe stops moving right over there, as well as it just stop spawning over here. As you can see, it's no more spawning our spawner game object, it's no more spawning our pipes game object. Okay, but we can still jump. As you can see, we can still jump. So let's fix that. Okay, open up the bird script. In bird script we just checking if we pressing the space key or not. If we if we doing, then we just increasing the velocity in the y-axis. So let's fix that over here. As you can see, if we press the space key, we calling this jump function. Before we call that jump function, we need to check if the game is running or active or not. So let's check that. So we have to use this if condition once again. Let's find the script, which is our game manager. So in this arrow, type the game script name and dot, make this curly first brackets, and we have to access that is game active parameter. And if it's let's check if that is false. If that is the case, make this curly brackets and type in between this return. And as you know, after return, it basically means this line of code will not be executed. Okay, so if we press space key, it will not be called, because right before it we just typing return. And as you know, after return basically means this line of code will not be executed or will not get called. So if it's not get called, it will not call this jump function as well as these things. Okay, so Control S on your keyboard to save your code and head again to Unity. So when we already die or we collide with the ground or pipe, we're just setting that is game active parameter to be false. And if it's false, we just not moving the uh, uh, pipe, as well as goes for the same case ground. And also if we press space key, we will not able to jump. Okay, if we die. So if we hit play in the top, and when we die, if we press the space key, we not gonna able to jump, because we checking before it if the game is running or not. Okay, so now if we die or collide with this ground, now if I press space key on the keyboard, as you can see, we're not able to jump anymore. So that is cool thing. And next thing, we have to cover up the game over screen. Okay, we need to cover up that. Let's make the game over UI. Before that, you have to create the canvas. If you haven't, go to hierarchy first, right click on it, UI, select this canvas. Okay, and after selecting canvas, go to canvas scaler and select constant pixel size to scale with screen size, and choose resolution in the X 1920, in the Y 1080. When it's done, no, now it's fine. Let's make the game over UI. So right click on canvas, go to UI and select this panel. Okay, and select the panel, and if to focus on it, and let's resize this panel. So hold down Alt on your keyboard to resize from its center, as you can see. Okay, so select the color field, go to image first, go to color, and you can select the transparency in the bottom alpha channel, which is the alpha channel. You can select and you can choose any color you want. Let's set it to white. I guess white would be fine for now. Let's make the transparency a little bit lower. And what we wanna do, we wanna import a basically we wanna import a image into this panel, which is game over we have over here. So we wanna drag that. Okay, so right click on panel, go to UI, and then select this image. Okay, and image, and we will name this image to game over image. Okay, game over image. Let's go to slot of that source image. Okay, you can choose any image you like. So I already have in the assets, which is we wanna drag this. Okay, UI, so we wanna drag this game over into that slot. So as you can see, and go to bottom and click on set native size, and make the size of it a little bit higher so we can see it, and hold down or on your keyboard uh, to make it resize from center, as you can see. And let's move this one to top of our panel. So go to direct transform, click on that, and hold down or on your keyboard and select this top one. So it will stay over there. If even you shrink the screen or is expand the screen, as you can see, it will be stay right top of our panel. So I'm gonna move it a little down. So that is the reason selecting that. You can choose any corner you like by holding down Alt. And what we wanna do in this game over panel, we wanna create two buttons. One for the will be menu, and other one will be reloading the game scene, which will be the retry button. Okay, so right click on panel and go to UI and select this legacy then button, and let's make the button a little bit bigger. Before that, let's rename this button to home button. This one will be home button. Okay, and what we wanna do, we wanna resize this button. So so hold down or on your keyboard to resize from its center, and we wanna drag what we wanna do, or we wanna go to text of that button, and let's increase the font size to 100, not 100, let's do it for 50, I guess, and select bold font style to not 50, 60. Okay, and select font style to bold, and rename this text to home. Okay, home, and go to we already have center it. You can choose any color for that, as you can see by going to that color fill. It's up to you. I'm gonna leave it as it black. And what we wanna do, we wanna move this button to the left, bottom left. Okay, bottom left of this panel. To do so, go to rect transform of it, click on this center and hold down alt on your keyboard and select this top bottom left one. Okay, and let's drag it a little bit off over here, so it will be resized. The button will be resized from that top left, sorry, bottom left all the time, even we shrink the screen or expand the screen, as you can see. And let's duplicate this button. Okay, let's move it over here a little bit, and let's duplicate button, and that will be the retry. So control D to duplicate, and let's rename this button to retry button. Okay, retry button. And what we wanna do this one for, go to rect transform of it, hold down, click on this, okay, and hold down alt on your keyboard, uh, select this bottom right one for now, and let's move it as the same we did for home button. Okay, like this, and let's rename this text to be retry something like that. Now it's fine. Okay, so what we wanna do, or we have this button, and if we click on this button, we want to do something. For our retry button, if we click on it, we want to reload the whole game scene. Okay, which is the level 1. And if we click this on home button, we wanna redirect to menu scene or home scene. Okay, so to do so, we have on click event of each button, as you can see, and we can hit this plus icon, and we can choose a function for it. Okay, function for that, let's name this panel to something like game over panel. Okay, game over panel. Okay, game over panel, and make this prefab, so it will be nice if you can restore it. Go to prefab folder, let's create another folder for our UI prefabs to make it a little bit cleaner. So let's make this one UI, and let's select the game over panel and drag it into that UI prefab folder. Now we have turned it that into a prefab. If we delete from the scene view, or that from canvas, we can directly drag it and place it top of our canvas. Now as you can see, with all of the shape option we did recently, so that is cool thing creating. And let's create a script for our retrying the game scene. Okay, retrying the game scene, or clicking on home scene as well as, let's make for our high score. Okay, it will just show us how much score we have done so far. So let's make a text UI over here, it will be show us our high score. Okay, so let's go over to panel, right click on it, go to UI and select legacy, then text, and we want to resize this text, so hold down alt on your keyboard to resize it from center. And let's rename this text to high score text, high score text. Okay, high score text, and make the size of that score in font size, let's make it 100, not 100, let's do it for 80. And select alignment both of this center. Okay, choose both of this center, and choose font style to bold. make the color of it white. It's up to you. I'm gonna leave it as it black to able to see that. And let's rename this to text to 0. Okay, this will be our high score. Let's make it a little bit higher, 100. Okay, hold down alt on your keyboard to resize it from center and select this bottom center one, so it will be stay or shrink itself from that center, as you can see. Okay, so let's make a script for our switching and switching scenes or playing the game. Before that, we wanna say go over to game over panel and click on this overrides and then apply all, so it will attach our high score text in the prefab game object as well. Okay, so that is the reason. And let's we wanna set this one to be inactive, basically unchecked, which is false, as you can see. So when we die, we wanna set this to be true, basically checked. Okay, so by default it will be unchecked, which is will be false. Okay, so let's head over to bird script and let's open that up. When we collide with that, when we collide with the ground or when we die, so if we go to bird collision script, so I guess but wherever we have done in game manager script is game active. So if we go to bird, we definitely made a over here, as you can see, if game active parameter is false. Okay, we just typing return. Before that, we need to make a die function for it. Okay, die function for our bird. So let's make it. So let's open up the bird script or make a separate script for that. Let's go to bird script, double click that to open up, and let's make a die script for it. To make it, go to bottom, let's make it die script, let's make it public so we can call this function from another class. So void that will be die. Okay, make this first bracket and some curly brackets. So in that function we want to set this game active, game over panel to be active, as you can see checked. To do so, we need this game object, game over panel game object itself, the whole game object. To do so, we need a create a empty field. So let's go top of the class and let's remove these two namespaces in the top, so to make the script a little cleaner. And let's make this one public so we can set it through inspector, that will be game object. Okay, because that is an game over panel, which is also an game object. And let's call this to game over panel. Okay, and close that off with semicolon and control S on your keyboard to save your code and head again to Unity. So in bird script we would expect to see an empty field of game over panel will appear, game object panel will appear. So we just need to drag this game over panel to that slot, so we will have we will have this game object. Then we can set it to true or false depending upon if we collide it with the pipe or goes out of the screen or collide with the ground. Okay, so when we die basically. So just wait for to compile. When it's done, just drag the reference of it in that slot, then you are good to go. So when it's done, so just wait a few seconds for compiling. Okay, just wait a few seconds for compiling. When it's done, just drag the reference of it in that slot, then we will have the reference. Then we can tweak that game over panel, we can set it to true or false depending upon if we colliding with the pipe, ground, or goes out of the screen. Huh? চাবি দেখ এঠে সুরকেশ্বর. So if we go to bird script, so as you can see game over panel which says none. So let's drag that game over panel to game over slot game object. Now we have the game over panel. Then now we can set it to true, basically checked or unchecked depending upon if we colliding with the ground, pipe, or goes out of the screen. So let's go over to script once again. So in that type function we wanna do that. So let's set a game over panel. Okay, game over panel. So game over panel, let's use this set active function. So this function will take the parameter which can be true or false. Let's set it to true, basically mean checked. If it's checked, it will as you know, it will appear the game over panel. and close that off with semicolon, and control S on your keyboard to save your code. And we also need to call this function and die function. And what this die function will do, it will set that game over panel as you seen to be active, basically checked or set active to true, as you can see. So we also need to call that. So when we should that call, when we collide with the ground. Okay, so now, so when we shoot if we go to bird collision strip. Okay, so over here, as you can see, we setting this is game active parameter to be false. Okay, so if we go to game manager script, in that parameter, when we collide with something like bird, pipe, or goes out of the screen, we setting this is game active parameter to be false. So if we set this parameter to be false, why we setting this parameter to be false? Because we colliding with the ground or pipe or goes out of the screen. So in that case, we wanna call that function die function. And what that die function will do, it will set that game over active panel to be true, basically checked, so it will appear on the screen. So let's do use this update function in game manager script. So we will check. So because we using this update function, because it calls every single frame, and in that update function we will check if is game active parameter. Okay, is game active parameter is equals to false. If that is the case, make this curly brackets. So we want to say that we want to call that die function of that bird script. Firstly, we need to go to that bird script and we need to call this die function. And what that die function is doing, it's just setting that game over active panel to be true, basically checked. So let's go over to game manager script once again. So if is game active parameter is false, basically means we collided with the pipe, ground, or goes out of the screen. If that is the case, firstly we need to find the bird script. Okay, so let's use this find object of type, and we have to type the script name, which is bird. In that bird script, sorry, so let's type the script name, which is bird, and make this first bracket. In that script we made that die function. Okay, so make first brackets and dot, we need to call that. So let's call that die function and close that off with semicolon, and control as on your keyboard to save your code. So we calling that die function, and as you know what die function is doing, firstly we checking if is game active parameter is false. When we setting this is game active parameter is false, when we collide with the ground, pipe, or goes out of the screen. If so, we setting this is game active parameter to false. And if it's false, is game active parameter is false, in between these curly brackets, what we doing, we firstly finding the script name, which is bird, and then we actually calling this type function over there. And as you know what type function is doing, so control S on your keyboard to save your code. When we set this is game active parameter to be false, basically we colliding with the ground, pipe, or goes out of the screen, uh, then we calling that type function. And as you know what type function is doing, it's just setting this game over panel game object to be true, basically checked. Okay, so just wait for to compile. Now if we hit play, if we hit play, we should able to see we should able to see when we collide with, as you can see that game object, a game over panel just get active because we colliding with the ground. And if we colliding with the ground, pipe, or goes out of the screen, we setting that is game active parameter to be false. And if it's false, we firstly finding the script name, which is bird, and there we just calling this die function, and die function just setting this game over active game over panel to be true, basically checked. Okay, and by default we set it to unchecked. Okay, so that is the reason to do so. And overrides, go to overrides and apply all whatever you have done to game over, so it will does in the prefab as well. So we need to also hook this up. So if we now hit play, when we try, if we click on retry button or home button, it's not working. So we need to hook that up with an script which will control our scene, from which scene to go, and to other scene. So as you can see, if I click on retry button, it's not working, as well as goes for the same case home button. So we need to hook that up with an script. So let's create a separate script for that. we will attach that script to this game over panel. For now we're gonna set this one to be active, so let it set it to true. Let's create a separate script. Go to assets, right click on it, create C# script, name this to game over panel. Okay, and hit enter, double click that to open up in Visual Studio and attach this script to your game over panel game object. Okay, so if we go to script Unity once again, we need to hook this up with our game over game object panel. Okay, we need to hook this up script to that game object, and we will gonna use this on click event functions on our each of this button for retry and the home. Just wait, I will gonna explain how it's work. Okay, just it will be fine when it's done. So just wait for to compile. So now if I select this game over panel game object, so drag the script into that game object at component section. So let's drag it to its component section and go to overrides, then click on hit apply over hit apply, so it will as attach our script to that prefab of this game over panel game object as well. And let's double click that to open up in Visual Studio. Let's remove these two functions. Instead we will create our own, as well as we will wanna remove these two namespaces in the top to make the script a little cleaner. Let's make two function. Okay, and we want to make it public because we want to call that function from on click event. If I select this home button or retry button over there, as you can see on click, so we need to hit this plus icon and we need to drag the game object in which game object we have attached that script. And as you know, we have attached our game over panel script to our game over panel game object. Okay, so we need to drag this game object to that slot. Before that, let's make those functions. So firstly will be public void. Let's call this one to be home button. Make this first bracket and these curly brackets, copy this line of code and paste it down. Control C for copy it and Control V for pasting it. And let's rename this button to be retry button. Okay, so let's if it's working or not, firstly we wanna print out a message. Okay, so we have to type debug.log. okay, let's say for home button. Okay, and close that off with semicolon. Let's copy this line of code and paste it on retry button, and let's remove this message, instead a retry button. Remove this home to retry and Control S on your keyboard to save your code and head again to Unity. We need to hook this function to our button. Okay, so if we press home button, we wanna call this function, and what this function is doing for now, it's just printing out the message in the console says home button, as well as goes for the same case retry button. Okay, if we press on retry button, we wanna call this function, and what retry function will do, it will print out the message in the console says retry button. You can type any message you want to see in console. Okay, so Control S on your keyboard. Let's hook those function to our buttons. So let's select the home button and hit this plus icon, and we need to drag the game object in which game object we have attached the script. As we know, we have attached in this game over panel game object, so let's drag it that in that game object. We have created this game over panel script, as you can see. Let's go over to that, and we in that script we made this home button function, as you can see. So let's select that function. Okay, and let's do the same thing for retry button. So let's drag this game object, select a retry function or retry button function. Okay, and go to game over panel and click on overrides and then apply all, so it will change in the prefab as well. Okay, so when we click on retry button, okay, now if we hit play in the top, when we click on retry button message will pop out in the console because we hook it up with that function. And as you know what that function is doing, it's just printing out the message in the console. So now if we die, as you can see, if I press on or click on retry, as you can see retry button is just printing out in the console. Okay, if I click on home, as you can see home button it's just printing out. So instead of printing out, we wanna, when we press retry button, we wanna reload the game scene, okay, itself, basically the level or which game scene we are in. So when we press this retry button, so let's go over to that. After printing out message, let's do it down. To switch scene or to load scene, we need to include this namespace using Unity engine dot scene management. Make sure you have included this namespace in the top, else you won't able to change scene or load scene, okay. So into this function we have to use this function scene manager, okay, scene manager dot load scene, okay. And you have to pass the index of the scene or the name of the scene. So if we go to Unity and go to projects and then scenes, so as you can see, this is our simple scene, as you can see in the top hierarchy. So you can pass the scene name, which is sample scene in quotation, or you can pass the index of it. So if we go to top left file, okay, then build setting, as you can see simple scene in the top right, as you can see in the right, which is the index of that scene is 0. So you can pass the index of it or the name of the scene, which is sample scene. So let's what we wanna do instead, we wanna pass scene manager, okay, scene manager dot get active scene, and make this first bracket and dot build index, and close that off with semicolon. So what does this basically means? It's basically means is scene itself, which is the bin index, which is 0, okay. So firstly we are getting the active scene, which is itself, and the build index of it, which is we know 0, in which CR we are lying on, okay. So the index of it will be 0, so it will reload the scene itself. We using scene manager dot load scene, it's just load the scene, okay. And you have to pass the in between brackets, you have to pass the scene name or the index of it. And instead we use it this scene manager dot get active scene dot build index. It's basically means which in which scene we are in of that scene index, okay, which is 0. As we know, the sample scene index is 0, but we can remove that later on. So control S on your keyboard to save your code, and head again to Unity, and make sure you use it this namespaces in the top using Unity engine dot scene management, else you not able to use this scene management scene manager dot load scene function, okay. Make sure that before you just load up any scene. When we are done, and when we press retry button, firstly we just printing out the message saying retry button in the console, and after that we reloading that scene. So let's for the now we gonna set it to unactive, because in the start we don't wanna set that one to be active. Now if we hit play in the console and select now sorry, hit play in the top and select the console in the bottom, and if we press on retry button, it will load the scene which we are in currently, okay, which is our simple scene. So now if we die and if we click on retry button, firstly as you can see we just printing out the message which says retry button, and after that we reloading the whole scene, as you can see. So as you can see, the bird is falling right away, okay. The word is falling right away whenever the game starts. So what we wanna do, let's set it to 0, and we have to go to rigid body of that bird and go to sleeping mode and choose start asleep. So in the start of the game the bird will be asleep, okay. Now if we hit play and go to overrides and click on apply all, so it will change in the prefab as well, okay. So in the right away the bird will not fall down due to gravity, because in the start it will be sleep, as you can see. But when we press space key, as you can see, we can jump, and if we die or collide with the pipes or ground goes out of the screen, the game over panel just getting active or just checking itself. Now if we press this retry button, it will load the whole scene, okay. But when we press this home button, it's not working, it's just printing out the message. So we need to deal with this home scene or the menu scene, okay. We also need to deal with that. Let's quickly create a new scene. Go to assets first, then head over to scenes folder, okay. right click on it, create, and select scene and name the scene. So let's call it menu. Okay, and double click that to go to that scene. As you can see, we have the main camera by default. Let's drag the background in it as the simple scene we did. So let's head over to simple scene once again, and let's make this background prefab. Okay, so we can drag it from anywhere we want. So let's make this background prefab. Go to head over to prefab folder first. Okay, I already have drag it. Basically you have to select the background and drag it into that prefab folder. Okay, and I'm gonna head over to menu scene once again by double clicking on it, and let's drag the background in that menu scene or hierarchy. Okay, so as you can see, we also need to drag the ground. Okay, we need, so let's head over to once again simple scene, and we need to save whatever we have done with our menu scene. So save it and head again to that once again, and let's make the ground as well prefab. Select the ground parent and head over to prefab, and let's drag it into that prefab folder, and now it's turned it to our ground. Let's head over to menu scene once again and save it whatever we have done to our sample scene, and drag the ground in it. Let's drag it into scene or hierarchy. Drag it into hierarchy, it would be fine. Now if we hit play in the top, we should able to see the ground will move towards to the left direction, and we should able to get an error for that, because I'm gonna explain why we should able to get an error for that. So the error, as you can see, object not reference as a reference as an instance. Basically if we open this up ground script by double clicking on it, okay, so as you can see we are finding a game manager script. Okay, over here as you can see we are finding a game manager script. In that, firstly we're going to game manager script and we accessing this is game active parameter. But as you can see we don't have any game manager script or game manager game object in menu scene. So let's drag the game manager script or the game manager game object into this menu scene as well. So let's head over to scenes, to our sample scenes. Let's save this whatever we have done to our menu, and let's make this game manager. As you can see we have attached our game manager script to this our game manager game object. So let's make it prefab, and we also need to drag this game manager game object or the script into that menu scene as well. Okay, so let's head over to prefab and let's turn this into a prefab, and head over to menu scene and save it. Let's drag the game manager script to that menu scene as well. Now we have the script. Okay, so this over here trying to finding the game manager script. Before we wasn't here, we wasn't have in that time the game manager script in this menu scene. Okay, now we have dragged the reference, then now we can find the reference of it. So now if we hit play, the error will be gone because we have the game manager script in it. Okay, so just wait for to compile, hit play in the top, you will able to see the ground will move towards to the left direction. As you can see, as it is going to we do it done with our sample scene, as you can see. Okay, now it's fine. Let's make the play button and the exit button to play our game and exit our game. Okay, so to do so we need to create the UI first to create those buttons. So go to hierarchy, right click on it, UI, select this canvas, and select the canvas and go to canvas scaler component, select constant pixel size to scale with screen size. Let's choose resolution in the X 1920 and Y 1080, and in that canvas we want to create the button, those two buttons. So right click on it, go to UI and go to legacy and choose this button. So select the button, rename the button first. Let's rename this to play button. Okay, play button, and select the button, F to focus on it. And as you can see we have redirected to this button. Let's resize it. So hold down alt on your keyboard to resize it from center, and let's the make of the text button a little bit bigger. So go to font size, let's make it I guess 80. Now it's fine, and select font style to bold. Let's replace this button text to play. Okay, play, and you can choose any color you want of that. As you can see, you can choose green, so I'm gonna choose a yellow. It's sorry, not yellow, blue. As you can see, sky blue, not a sky blue, it's little bit dark. So let's make the button a little bit like this. So hold down on your keyboard to resize from the center. So as you can see, now we have the play button. I'm gonna select another color for the text. I'm gonna leave as it is black. And what we wanna do, go to rect transform of that button and click on the center, hold down alt and select this top one, so that button will be resized from that top. Always, it will always stay over there. It will shrink itself or expand itself according to screen size. So that is the reason choosing it, and drag it a little down and duplicate this button by Control D. We need to make for the exit button. Okay, Control D to duplicate and move it down, and we wanna choose this. Let's rename this button to exit button, and we wanna rename the text of it to exit. Let's replace this to exit. And what we wanna do, we wanna select the button and go to rect transform it, click on that and select this bottom one for the exit one. Okay, and move it little bit up, so it will be always shrink or expand from the bottom, as you can see. So the reason of that choosing. Okay, so let's move this play button a little down, something like -400, and for the exit let's do it 400, so the gap between over there will be 100. Okay, 100 or I don't know exactly. So let's make a script, and we need to hook this up with this button because we have on click event both of this button attached, and we want to call a function for each of this button to switch in or exit the game. So let's make a separate script for that. To do so, go to script folder, right click on it, create C# script. Let's call this a script to scene management, and hit enter. Double click that to open up in Visual Studio. Okay, double click that to open up in Visual Studio, and we need to create the game object for this scene management script. Okay, go to hierarchy once again, right click on hierarchy and create an empty game object, and attach this script scene management script to that game object, and name the game object as it is the script, so it will be a little bit noticeable. Okay, it's up to you what you want to name your game object. You can do that. Okay, but make it similar, it would be nice. So just wait for to compile. When it's done, just so head over to hierarchy once again, right click on it, create an empty game object. Let's rename this game object to scene management, and go to transform of that, right click on it and reset the transform, so it will reset the position of that game object to 000 in the XYZ, and select an icon to see that game object. Okay, and if to focus on it, and attach the script scene management script to this scene management game object. So hit this add component, find the script by typing it, which is our scene management, I guess. I don't know why. So double click that to open that scene management script once again, and if we hit again to Unity and drag that script to add component section of scene management script, let's drag this scene management game object in the top hierarchy so we can see it, and double click that to open up in Visual Studio. Let's remove this update and start function as well as these two namespaces in the top. Instead we want to include this using Unity engine scene management, because we need to switch scenes. Okay, and close that off with semicolon, because we need to switch scenes, so that's why we need to include these namespaces in the top, which is using Unity engine scene management. Make sure that, okay, else you not able to switch your scenes. So let's make two function for one for our, if we go to canvas, one for will be our play button. If to focus on it, select the game object. One for our play button and one for our exit button. So let's create two function, and we have to make it public because we want to call that function from this click event. Okay, so that's why we need to make it public, and we have to drag the game object in which game object we have attached the game script. As we know, we have attached our script to this scene management game object. So let's make one for public void. Let's This one will be play button. Okay, play button. Make this first bracket and this curly brackets. Copy this line of code and paste it down. Paste it down for Control V, and let's rename this to exit button. Control C for copy it. Okay, for now, if it's working or not, let's print out some message in the console. So we have to type debug.log for it. Okay, debug.log. Let's say for play button, let's play the game, something like play something like that, and copy this line of code. Control C and Control V on exit button function, and let's replace this play to exit. Okay, and Control S to save your code, and head again to Unity. We need to hook that function to our buttons. Play function goes to play button, and exit function goes to exit button. And what we are doing in those function, we just printing out the message in the first. If it's working or not, select the console first. Okay, so if we choose this play button for now and hit this plus icon, you have to drag the game object in which game object you have attached the script. So we have attached this script to our scene management, so we have to drag that. In scene management script, we have attached our scene management script, so we will head over to that script and we have to choose the function. So for play button, we will choose this play button function, and for exit button, so let's do the same thing for our exit button. Drag the game object and choose exit button function. Okay, now we have hooked up our function to both of this button. So now if we hit play and select the console in the bottom, and if we press or click on one of those buttons, those message will pop out. For the exit, we just printing this exit message in the console. As you can see, for the play, we just printing out play message. So if I select this console and if I press this exit one, as you can see, exit message is popping out in the console, so it's working. And as well goes for the play. If we press click on play, as you can see, play message just popping out, so it's working. So instead of printing out message, we wanna, if we press click on play button, we wanna load the scene, which is our sample scene. Okay, we wanna go over to game scene where we playing the game. So what we have to do, after printing out message, let's say after doing that, we have to use this scene manager dot load scene function. Okay, so this function over here will take the scene name or the buildings of it. Okay, buildings index of it. So if we go to Unity once again, in the top left, as you can see file, so click on that and build settings. Over here, as you can see, sample scene, which is the name of the scene we want to go to, and you can pass the index of it or the scene name. So let's pass the name of the scene, which is sample scene. So you have to type quotation first and pass this the name of the scene as it is. Okay, else it will not work. And close that off with semicolon. So in quotation, you have to type the scene name, or you can pass the index of it. Okay, so we have passed the scene name, which is our simple scene. So Control S on your keyboard to save your code, and head again to Unity. Cut this one. So when we hit this play button, we will load up the sample scene. Okay, the scene name we have typed over there, so we will go over to that, which is our game scene. So, and we also need to hook that our exit button for application. Okay, so now if I hit play in the top, firstly we just printing out the message in the console says play, and after that we using this function which will load up our scene, and you have to pass the scene name or the bin index of it, build index of it. Okay, so Control S on your keyboard to save your code, and if we hit this play button, as you can see, firstly it's just printing out the message and it's loading the our game scene, which is our sample scene, as you can see hierarchy. So when we click this home button, we are not able to go to that menu scene or that home. Okay, so we need to hook this button to our scene management script. Before that, let's do for the exit button to exit our application. To do so, so if you press so we will use for exit button. After printing out message, we will say application dot quit. Okay, we have to use this function and make this first bracket and this curly brackets to close that off. Oh, sorry, close that off with semicolon. So control S on your keyboard once again to save your code and head again to Unity. But in Unity editor, it will not be happen. It will not exit your game. So once you made the application and if you press this exit button, it will exit your application or the game. But in Unity editor, it will not happen. So that's why firstly we just setting if it's working or not, and then we just using this function which will exit our game or quit our game. Okay, so now if we hit play and if we press this exit button, firstly it will print out the message and after it will exit the application. But in Unity editor it will not happen. Once you made the application and you click this exit button, it will exit your game or quit the application. So as you can see, we printing out the message exit if I click on multiple times. Okay, so now if I hit this play button, it will load up our simple scene as you can see. Okay, so we need to hook that up. So let's make this scene management. Okay, scene management as a prefab. You can make this, turn that into a prefab, so it will be nice and helpful. So let's turn it into a prefab and let's head over to our sample scene. We need to hook that button. So save whatever you have done to your menu scene, save it, and let's head again to sample scene. Now if we hit play and when we die, we just popping out the game over panel, and we also need to hook that home button to our menu scene. Okay, when we click on it, so if we now die, okay, so we need to go back to home scene. So if we click on this, so we just printing out message saying home button. Instead of printing out message, we wanna go to home scene. Okay, so what we need, so let's open that up script in which script we are doing that. Okay, so in game over panel, so if I open this up, this over here, as you can see home button, we calling this function and this function just printing out the message. Okay, so let's load up that menu scene when we press the home button. Okay, so let's, after printing out message, we wanna load up the menu scene. So we have to use this function scene manager dot load scene, and we have to pass the scene name or the index of it, which is our menu. As you can see, if we go to project then scenes, as you can see our that home or the scene name is menu, or you can pass the index of it. Before, you have to make sure you need to drag this scene into your build settings. So go to top left of file, then build settings. Okay, and drag that menu to that scenes in build slot, as you can see, and move it this into top. So the menu will be by default our the first scene. As you can see, you can pass the scene name or the index of it, which is 0, a build index of it, or you can pass the scene name. So sample scene index of that or the build index of sample scene is 1 and menu is 0. Okay, so you can pass the scene index or the name of the scene. So let's pass the name of the scene. So make sure you drag it into that build settings. Okay, you need to drag all of the scenes you have created in your project. So make sure that before you load up that scene. So let's in quotation we have to type the scene name, which is menu. Okay, and close that off with semicolon and control S on your keyboard to save your code, and hook that function to your home button on click event. Make sure that, else it will not work. So just wait for to compile. When it's done, we will able to switch up scenes to menu to sample scene or the game scene or sample scene to menu. Okay, so now if we go to game over panel and make sure you hook it up that home button, that function. Okay, as you can see, we made that game manager script into this game manager, so we need to drag that into that. We have created this game over panel and we have chosen that home button function. Okay, hook that up, make sure that. Now if we hit play in the top and click on go to game over panels, click on overrides, then apply all, so it will change in the prefab as well whatever we have done to our game over panel. Okay, So now if I die and if I press this retry button, it will load up our current scene. But when I die and if I press this home button, it will load up our menu scene, as you can see. Now if I press this play button, it will load up our game scene, as you can see. Now it's working. We are able to switch to any scene we want. So that is cool thing. Now we have done the complex part, and we have to deal with the audio now, and the last thing, which is our score to save or the player progress. Okay, let's make the high score. If we head over to sample scene once again. Okay, now if we hit play and when we pass through some pipes, we are not making our high score, we just only making current score. We need to set our high score as well. Okay, so if I pass through, so as you can see, so if I pass through that first pipe, so just, so as you can see, current score became 1, but it's not setting to our high score. So let's set that up. So to do so, let's make a separate script for that. Go to scripts or assets, right click on it, create C# script. Let's call this one to high score management. Okay, high score management, and hit enter. Double click that to open up in Visual Studio. Okay, and what we wanna do, we wanna go to and create an empty game object, and we need to attach this script to that game object. You can attach this script to any game object you want, but it's pretty nice to do when you create a separate game object for it, to make it noticeable or go ahead write quickly. Okay, so that is the reason. So go to hierarchy, right click on it or hit this plus icon, create an empty game object. Let's call it high score management as well. Go to transform of it and reset the transform by right clicking on it and reset the transform. F2 focus on that and select an icon for it if you wanna do that. And I'm gonna move this one over here. Let's add up the script to this high score management game object. I'm gonna drag it in the top hierarchy so we can see it. So let's this script, so hit this add component and type the script name. Okay, double click that to firstly open that up quickly, and head again to Unity, select the game object, drag that script to add component section and double click that to open up in Visual Studio. So what we wanna do, we will rename this, we will remove these two namespaces in the top to make the code a little cleaner. And what we wanna do, we have to use player preps dot set in or get in value. Okay, firstly we need the reference of that text or high score text. If I set this game over panel to be active once again, as you can see in that over panel we have this high score text, and F2 focus on after selecting it. So we need the reference of it, then we can set any value we like to our current score to a new high score. Okay, like 100, then 1 or 0, it's up to you. So we need the reference firstly of this high score text, then we can set the value of it. So let's head again to script and let's go to top of the class, make a public field so we can set it through inspector. That is an text element, okay, which is an UI element. So you need to make sure you include using unity engine .ui namespace. Okay, make sure that you have include that namespace and close that off with semicolon, else you not able to get the component which is text. So that is a text component, so we have to type the text component name, and you have to name the component. Let's call it high score txt, short for text, and close that off with semicolon and control S on your keyboard to save your code. And we need to drag the reference of it first, then we can set the value we want to have a new high score. Okay, so let's go to get high score management game object. In that game object we attach our high score management script. Okay, just drag the reference in it. So as you can see, high score text which is says none empty, so let's drag that high score text to that text. Now we have the reference of it. Now we can set the value we want to have it as a new high score. So we will go over to start function, and as you know, this function get called when the game starts. So in the start of the game we want to set that high score to be 0. So as you know, in the start of the game, or when player first plays the game, the high score of her or him will be 0. Okay, so let's set this high score text. Okay, firstly we will go to high score text dot text. Basically high score dot text means this text. We go into this high score firstly, and then we accessing this text. Okay, and we wanna set that text to be player preps. We have to use when the users or the player play for the first time, the high score will be 0. So we have to use player preps dot get in. Okay, get in, because our high score an integer, so that's why we have to type get in. Okay, because whole number 1 2 3 4 like that, and we have to store that high score in a key, as you can see string. Okay, you have to type in quotation. Let's call that 1 to high score. Okay, let's capitalize all of the words high score. Let's call that high score, and you have to set a default value. So when the game start, when the player uh, play the game for the first time, that will be 0 score at the start of the game. So we wanna set by default 0. Okay, and close that off with semicolon. But over here this is an integer value. This high score is an integer value, but the text over here is a string value. Okay, so we need to convert this integer to a string. To do so, just type dot to and to string and make this first brackets. Okay, so it will convert our integer value to a string value. Now the high score text dot text basically means this text. Okay, this will be in the start of the game. When the player play the game for the first time, the high score will be 0, as you can see by default we set. And we also need to set it to a sum value when we make some score to our current score, and we wanna set that to our new high score. To do so, what we wanna do, we will go to update function. Okay, update function, and we will check over here. So we have to use this if statement. So let's we need the reference of this score management script. As you can see over there, we have created this current score field. Okay, current score field basically means this score, and we increasing when we pass through that pipe. So basically we are adding to our current score by 1. Okay, so we need the reference of this score management script. Then we can then we can access this value of the current score, and we can set it to our new high score. So we need the reference of this script first, then we will get able to access that. Okay, this one current score. So let's go over to high score management script once again. Let's make a variable for it. So I'm gonna make it comment for now by double slash it. Okay, and let's go to top of the class, and we will make it public. So we need to firstly set the reference of this, that is our score management script, as you know, and you have to name it. Let's call it score management, and close that off with semicolon, and control s on your keyboard to save your code. We made it public, so we can set it through inspector. We need the get reference of this score management script first, then we will able to get access that current score. Okay, so control s on your keyboard to save your code. So in high score management script, you will expect to see an empty field which is score management. Okay, script will appear. So we need to drag that script to that field. We need to drag the game object, in which game object we have attached our score management script. So as you know, we have created this score management script. In that script we have, sorry, in that game object we have attached this score management script. So we need to drag this game object. So if we go to high score management, as you can see score management which says none. So let's drag the game object there. Now we have the score management script, as you can see. Now we will get able to access that current score. So we will use this. Let's remove these two slashes over there. Firstly we will go over to this score management script. So we have the reference. Now let's go to score management script. In that script we have created that current score, and we've made it public. Make sure it is marked as public, else you will not able to. So if we go to score management, as you can see it's public, so that's why we are able to access it. Okay, if that current score if it's greater than, okay, if it's greater than our high score, then we gonna set this current score to a new high score. So let's check. So we have to use this player preps once again. Okay, player preps once again and dot get in, and we have to pass the key as a first argument, which is high score. We capitalize that all of the words. So let's type the key first, and the default value will be 0, as you know. If that is the case, so make this curly brackets. So if our current score, okay, basically if our current score is greater than our high score, if it's the case, then we're gonna set this current score to our a new high score. Okay, so what we wanna do, so over here we just doing over there. Okay, so basically we checking if the current score is greater than our high score, which is player preps dot get in high score, which is 0 by default we selected. So what we wanna do, we wanna set this current score to a new high score. To set this current score to a new high score, we have to use this player preps. Okay, player preps dot set in. Okay, and we, sorry, not float, that is in, and we have to type the key, which is, we know, high score. Okay, in high score key, sorry, in high score key we set our score, and we wanna set the score this now, and we have to set the score. So we wanna set this current score. Okay, because the current score is now greater than our new high score. Okay, sorry, greater than our high score. So we wanna set this current score to our new high score. So we have to pass the second argument, the new high score, which is our current high score. So we have to pass score management, and we will access that current score, which is now is greater than our high score. Okay, so now we are setting and close that off with semicolon. And we also need to update this high current score, which is our new high score. We need to update that to our high score text as well, basically to this text. So what we wanna do, and after that setting that current score to our new high score, we wanna update in the text as well. So firstly we will go to high score dot text. Okay, high score dot text basically means this text, and we will set it to our this new high score, uh, which is we have to type score management. Okay, score management dot current score, which is our a new high score now, and close that off with semicolon. And as you know, this is a integer value and this is string value, so we need to convert this integer value to a string. So let's convert it. So we have to type dot to string and make this first brackets, and control S on your keyboard to save your code and head again to Unity. Okay, so when the current score is greater than our high score, we setting firstly the that uh, current score to a new high score. As you can see, we pass the current score, we wanna set it to a new one, and then we are updating in the text as well. We are setting high score text dot text equal to score management dot current score dot to string. Okay, so I'm gonna set this game over panel to be unactive in the start of the game. When we die, we're just setting that parameter to be true, or that game over panel to be true or active. Okay, when we die, so we need to make some high score, and that will be our new high score. So just wait when we pass through some pipes. So just wait to comes pipes in. So I want to make, so let's make the bird flap or the bird rigid body gravity scale a little bit higher, something like 5, to make it to make the game simple. Okay, to just test to pipe, just pass through those pipes to test it if it's working or not. So let's, oh, so as you can see, our high score is 1 because we have set our high score when we pass through for the first time to that first pipe. So now we wanna defeat that high score, we wanna set it to new, so we need to make 2 score. So if we go to 2, as you can see, the now this current score will be set it to our new high score. As you can see, the new high score is 3, as you can see. I hope you to get the idea. Let's you wanna delete this high score, you set it to 0 once again. To do so, so if I click, so to do so we need to use another function for it. So let's go to update function once again and go to top of the update function, and we want to check for if input. Okay, input dot get key, and we have to pass the key code. So let's pass key code dot t, and make this curly brackets. Basically what does this mean? If we pressing the D key on our keyboard, as you can see, if input dot get key keycode dot t, okay, so in that situation we wanna delete whatever we have saved our score. So to do so, to delete our high score, we need to use this player preps. Okay, player preps dot delete. You can delete at a one time all of the key you have specified, or you just created, or you can delete once, or the specific key one. So let's delete one specific we have set. So make the first bracket, and you have to pass the key which we set, which is high score, as we know. Okay, high score as we know, so we want to delete that. And delete that, you can set it to, I guess, no. So close that off with semicolon. So when we press the D key on our keyboard, we deleting our key, okay, which is high score, we setting it to 0 once again. So we also need to update to our text. Okay, we wanna update to our game over text. If I set it to once again to be active, we wanna set this one to be 0 once again. Okay, to do so, so we want to access that high score text. So firstly we have to go to high score text, and we will access that text, and we will set it to 0 once again. So in quotation we have to type the string. Okay, and close that off with semicolon, and control S on your keyboard to save your code, and head again to Unity. So when we press our on our keyboard D key, it will delete our key which is we saved in this high score key. Okay, and we are updating in the high score text as well. Okay, so we're setting it to 0. Firstly we deleting key. You can delete a specific one, or you can delete at once by delete all, it's up to you. So now if we hit play, and if we press on our D key, okay, on our keyboard D key, we just deleting the high score. So now if I pass through those pipe, and we will, as you can see, our high score is saved to our 3, which is our was our new high score. So let's press on our keyboard D. Okay, so as you can see, the key has been deleted, as well as we updated in the text, which is we setting the high score text dot text to be 0, as you can see. As you can see, it's now 0. Now if I retry, this will be our new high score, which is 0. We haven't made it yet, so let's make some score. Okay, let's pass through those pipes. So as you can see, we can make a high score, as you can see 3, and you can type, or you can press on your keyboard one time, once again D key, to delete your score, but I'm gonna leave it as it is. Now one thing we have to do, which is making our sound, as well as to make our application. Okay, and we also need to do with our mobile inputs. Okay, so we have to do those things. Open Play Store. Okay, open Play Store, and over there search Unity Remote 5. Okay, and install it. I already have installed it. So what you need to do, go to about setting of your phone, go to settings of your phone, and head over to about phone, go to build number of your phone, and tap it twice, or third time I guess. You need to tap it twice till it says you are a developer. So unlock it, and now I am a developer. As you can see, you are now in developer mode. So, and after that, what you need to do, go to additional settings, and head over to developer options. Okay, and go scroll down, and enable this USB debugging. Okay, and plug that your phone to your PC or laptop, okay, with an USB cable. Okay, make sure that when it's done on your phone, let's head over to screen of our PC plus B, and select this Android and switch platform. Oh, you need to switch platform to Android first, to make it compatible for mobile devices or touch inputs. Before you switch to Android, you need to make sure you have add modules of it. So double click that Unity Hub. Okay, if it's added to our modules or not of Android. So check that by double click that, open that up Unity Hub once again. So if we go to installs, okay, install, and select the version you are using, and click this cock icon. Okay, and add modules, and make sure Android is added. Okay, make sure in that before you switch into that platform. As you can see, I have already Android, so select both of them and then install it. Okay, and open JDK, Android SDK and NDK tools. Make sure that when it's done, okay, when it's done, and select the Android and switch platform. It will take a few minutes to switching platform from PC to our Android. Okay, one it's done. So now it's done, and go to select on player settings. Okay, go to file and then build settings, then go to player settings and go over to editor and choose device to any Android device, and make sure you have plugged your phone with USB cable to your PC. Check that out. Okay, and enable the USB debugging in developer option. Once you done, okay, once you done, now your game will be broadcast. Okay, your game will be broadcast on your game. So if you hit play in the over here, open up Unity Remote 5. Okay, Unity Remote application, open that up, and if we hit play in the top, we would able to see the game will be played on our mobile as well. Okay, you will able to see. So let's do for jumping when we touch our screen. Okay, so let's open up our bird script once again. Okay, double click that to open that up. So double click that to open that up. So over here, when we press our on our keyboard space key, we are jumping. So let's do the same thing for when we touch our mobile screen. So in the bottom we will say if input, okay, if input dot touch count, if it's greater than 0, okay, make this curly brackets. What does this mean? If input dot get touch count, if it's greater than 0, basically means we have touch on our screen. If the touch count is greater than 0, basically means it's definitely means we have touched our screens. So that's why touch count is greater than 0. And you can store the touch into a touch variable. So store that touch into a touch variable. Okay, so create a touch variable and let's call this one touch, and we will set equal to input. Okay, input dot get touch. Get touch we have to set, and into brackets you can pass the touch. So 0 is the first touch, okay, 1 is the second touch, and 2 is the third touch. So we will check for the first touch. So let's pass 0 and close that off with semicolon. So we storing this first touch input dot get touch into this touch variable, and we can extract info of the touch, if it just began, if it did it just ended, did it just begin, or did it just holding, we are holding on the screen or not. We can extract info that. So let's check if touch, okay, if touch dot face, okay, if touch dot face equals to touch dot face dot begin. Okay, you can select moved, ended, stationary. So let's suppose we're begun. So if we have touch started our touch on the screen, so make this curly brackets. In that situation, what we wanna do, we wanna call this jump function as we did for when we pressing the space key. We calling this jump function, and as you know what jump function is doing, it's just adding a some velocity to the y-axis of the bird. So let's call this jump function. Okay, so let's call this jump function and make this first bracket and close that off with semicolon. Firstly, we checking if we touching our screen or not. So if touch input dot touch count, if it's greater than 0, basically means we touch on our screen, and we storing that first touch to into this variable, touch variable. So 0 is the first touch, if you pass 1 means is the second touch, okay, and 2 is the third touch, and fourth is the 3 is the fourth touch. But we doing for only the first touch, and we checking whatever we have touched our screen, and the touch face of that whatever we touch on our screen, and we checking the face of that touch. If it's just started, okay, then we calling this jump function, and as you know what jump function is doing. So control S on your keyboard to save your code and head again to Unity. So when we touch on our screen, you would expect to see on your game view or on your mobile screen, the bird will jump to the y-axis, okay, because we're doing it. So just wait for to compile. Now if we hit play in the top, if we hit play in the top, and if we touch on our screen, mobile screen, the bird will jump to the y-axis because we calling that jump function, as you know the what that jump function is doing. Okay, so now if I touch on our screen, so as you can see, the bird is jump. So let's retry one more time, and we can jump as many times as you can see. Okay, so basically it's working if we touch on our screen. Okay, you can check that out. So what we wanna do, I'm gonna go over to file, again to top left, then build settings, and then player settings and editor. I'm gonna choose it to none, so it will do the same thing. Okay, basically if we press while we are playing on mobile, if we press space key, it will not work to the PC. Okay, so if we choose none, so it will work to in PC and not mobile. It's up to you, whatever device you want to target. Okay, so that is the thing. Okay, for mobile touch inputs. Now quickly add sounds now. Okay, so to do so, we have a audio listener component. Go to main camera, and over there, as you can see, audio listener component is added by default to our main camera. If it doesn't, so hit this add component and find their audio listener. Okay, audio listener, this component over here is for listening our audio, so make sure it's attached, okay, to our main camera. If it doesn't, add that. So what we want to do to play a audio clip, or the clip we specifically want to be played, we need to add a audio source component. Okay, so let's create an empty game object. I'm gonna call this one to audio. Okay, audio, and go to transform it and reset the transform. I'm gonna drag it in the top hierarchy so we can see it. Let's a audio source component. Okay, audio source component, this component is will play the our audio clip. So in that audio clip slot, we have to drag the clip we want to be played. So let's drag the, I'm gonna drag the flap clip. Okay, so if I go to Flappy Bird's assets and then sound effects, so we have over here, I guess, wing. So wing one. So as you can hear the wing, so I'm gonna drag this wing sound over there, or wing clip into that slot. Okay, now if we hit play, it will be played right away because we have checked on play on awake, and you can loop that sound if you want to be looped, but we only do it for music. Okay, so as you can see, it's played right away when the game starts, so we have to uncheck this one. Okay, and you can test the okay, you can test the sound. Now if I hit play, and if I check this one play on awake as well as this loop one, and if we play around with these settings, as you can see, we have the volume, pitch, and spatial blend. I'm gonna explain all of them, just wait. So if I check this one, okay, so I guess, so now in this start, I'm gonna check both of this. Now if we hit play, the sound will be played right away when the game start, because we have checked this play on awake to be checked, and as well as for the loop. Okay, so as you can see, you can hear the sound, but we can adjust the volume, as you can see. Okay, you can adjust the volume and the pitch of it, as you can see. So you can play around this. And what does this spatial blind mean? If I set it to 3, okay, or if I set it to 3, as you can see, we can hear the sound. We need to drag this audio script, okay, to our main camera, close to the main camera. So if I drag it to the close to the our main camera, wherever the main camera is lying, so if we drag this to, we, I guess, so you can play, it's like 3D. If the game object, audio game object, is far from our main camera, the volume of it will get shrink down, but when it's close to our main camera, the volume will be expand. Okay, it's depend upon on 3D plays, but it's a 2D game. So I'm gonna drag this spatial blind to again to the 2D. Okay, so that is the reason of spatial blind you can play around. Okay, there are a lot of setting you can play around with this. So we want to play this clip or the wing when we jump. Okay, when we jump, we're not gonna play when the game starts right away or just looping. Okay, so we're gonna unplay this, and so what we have to do, we're gonna uncheck this play on awake and as well as for the loop. So we wanna play this sound when we jump. To do so, let's create a script for that. Okay, so go to assets or head over to scripts folder, right click on it and create C# script. Name it something like audio manager and select this audio game object and drag that audio manager script to this game object and attach that. So I already have created, so I'm gonna attach that or drag it to add component section and double click that to open up in Visual Studio. So let's remove these two functions for now and remove these two namespaces in the top. Instead we will use this using unity engine dot audio audio namespace. Okay, include that if you using mixer, that is a little complex thing. We will head over to next tutorials of it. Okay, we will do it in a separate video, and to do so we need the audio source component. Okay, we need the audio source component, then we can play the clip where we want to play it. Okay, to do so, let's open up the audio manager script once again. So we need the reference of that audio source component, so let's make a empty field for it. So let's make it public so we can set it through inspector. That will be audio source component, as you know. Let's call this to wing sound. Okay, wing sound or audio source you can call it, and close that off with semicolon and control as on your keyboard to save your code and head again to unity. Okay, head again to unity, and we need to drag this audio source component to that wing sound source field. Okay, then we will have the reference, then we can play it anywhere we want. So when we should play, when we jump, or so we want to play that wing sound. So just wait for to compile. When it's done, as you can see wing sound, so let's drag this audio source component to that field. Now we have this wing sound or the reference of this audio source. Now we can play. To play that sound or anywhere you want to, we have, let's create a separate function for it, and we're gonna make it public so we can set it through inspector. Okay, not inspector, we're gonna call this function from another class, so that's why we're making it mark it as public. For function we have to type void. Let's call this one play wing sound. Okay, play wing sound. Okay, wing sound, and make this first bracket and this curly brackets. To play that wing sound, firstly we need to go to this audio source component and we have to use play function in it. To do so, let's go to wing sound. We have the reference of it, we know, so we will go to that source and we will use this play function, and the play function will play the clip. Okay, so make this first bracket and close that off with semicolon and control S on your keyboard to save your code. So when we call this function will go to that source audio source component, which is the wing sound clip, and then it will play the audio clip we want to play. So we also need to call this function. So when we should call this function, we want to call this function when we jump. Okay, before we jump, so let's call that function. So we have to find the function firstly, which is our audio manager, which is lying on our audio manager scripts. So let's call this. So we need to find the audio manager script first, then we will able to access this function. So let's head over to butter script once again, and we need to use this find object of type. Okay, find object of type statement, and let's find the script which is our audio manager. So we have to type the script name and make this first bracket. In that script we have to access that function which is dot, so we have to type which is play wing sound and close that off with semicolon. So when we jumping, before we jumping, we playing this audio sound. Okay, basically we just calling that function, and as you know what function is doing, it's just firstly going to that wing sound audio source component, then it's playing the clip. Okay, so control S on your keyboard to save your code and head again to unity. So when we press on our keyboard space key, it will play the wing sound. Okay, it will play the wing sound. So just wait for to compile and you will able to see that. So now if we hit play, and when we flap or when we jump, the sound will be played, which is says swing sound play. Okay, now if I press on our keyboard space key or screen, so as you can see, or our mobile screen, touch on mobile screen, as you can see, jump wing sound is playing. Okay, so as you can see, so we also need to play our point sound. When we die, we need to play the game over sound or the die sound. Okay, so let's do those. For that we will create those another audio source component for it. So let's add another audio source component. Okay, audio source component, and for this we want to clip, when we pass through that pipe we want to play the point sound. So let's drag the clip into that slot, clip audio clip slots. Let's head over to sound effects. Now if I select this point sound and if I hit this play, as you can see, you can hear the pass through pipe or the point sound. So let's drag this clip into that audio clips source. Okay, so let's drag this clip, which is the point one. So let's drag it to audio clip clip section, and we want to uncheck this play on awake because we don't want to play this when the game starts. When we pipe through those pipe, we want to play that sound. Okay, so let's uncheck this. Let's open up the audio manager once again. Okay, and let's make a separate function of it. So let's copy this line of code and let's go to town, and we will name this function to be play point sound. Okay, so firstly we need the reference of this source, okay, of this audio source, which is the point audio source. So let's go to top of the class. Let's copy this line of code and paste it down, and this audio source name will be point sound. Okay, so let's call it point sound, and instead of playing this, we wanna play point sound, the point sound effect or the sound effect. So let's head over to point sound source, and then we have to play this play function, okay, which will play our clip, and close that off with semicolon and control S on your keyboard to save your code. And if we hit so we also need to call this function, and what this function it will do, it will play the point sound. Okay, so we'll need to drag the reference of the point source or audio source to our point sound source clip, okay, or the source component. So if we go to bird, or this bird collision, if I guess bird collision, okay, but collision over here, as you can see, over here we checking basically if the game object dot tag, whatever we have triggered it with, if we trigger it with that point, or basically we are passing through that point. Firstly we increasing the point, which is the current score, and after that or before that we wanna play that sound, which is the point. So let's we have to use this find object of type namespace, okay, and which is audio manager, as we know, audio manager. In that script we have created that play point sound. So dot, we have to call that function, which is play point sound, and make this first bracket and close that off with semicolon and control S on your keyboard and head again to Unity. So when we pass through that pipe, firstly we playing that sound, basically we calling that play point sound function, which will play the our point clip, okay, point sound clip. And you also need to drag the reference of it into that source, okay, in point sound source field, audio source field. Okay, so before that, as you can see, which says none point sound audio source. So let's drag this point audio clip source to that field. Okay, now we have dragged the reference of it, and now if we hit play, when we pass through that pipe, we playing this audio sound, which is our point sound when we pass through that pipe. Okay, so we also need to make for our diet, okay, diet. So now if we flap, as you can see, so when we pass through that pipe, as you can see, we are playing that point sound when we pass through those pipe. Okay, and when we die, we also need to play the die sound effect. So let's do that. Let's add another audio source component for it. Okay, let's add a audio source. This is for beginner tutorial. Okay, in complex you can create a audio manager script. In that script you can make separate you can make a function which tell us when to play which sound. Okay, so for now it's just pretty basic to understanding, so that's why I'm just adding multiple audio source component. Okay, it is pretty basics to understand. So let's drag the die sound into that slot. So I have the die sound over here. If I play, so if I select this, so I'm gonna drag this to our audio source clip, this die sound. So let's drag it, and I'm gonna uncheck this play on awake, so I'm not gonna play the die sound right away when the game starts. And we need to reference of this audio source of this die, then we can play the clip we want to play when we die. So let's open up the audio manager script once again. Okay, once again, and let's make a separate function for it. Firstly we need the reference of that audio source of tie sound. So let's create a public field for it, which is audio source. Let's call this one tie sound. Okay, tie sound, and close that off with semicolon. Make a separate function for it. So we will make it public, so we can call through another scripts, and that will be void. Let's call this one play tie sound. Okay, and make this first bracket and some curly brackets. So firstly we need to go to this tie sound audio source component, and we need to use that play function, so it will play our die audio clip. So let's go to die sound, and dot we have to use this play function. Okay, it will play our clip, and close that off with semicolon and control S on your keyboard to save your code. So we need to call this function. So what this function will do, it will go over to our audio source, which is the die one, and it will play our audio die clip. As you can see, we're using this play function. So let's call this function. So when we die, so if we go to over here, as you can see, when we die, we're setting that game over panel to be active, and after that we want to, before that we want to play that sound, which is the die one. So we have to use this find object of type. Okay, and in arrows we have to type the script name, which is, we know, audio manager. Okay, audio manager. So make this first packet. In that script we made that play die sound function, so let's call it. And as you know what that function is doing, and close that off with semicolon. So when we die, firstly we just playing that sound effect, which is the die one, and after that we setting that game over panel to be active. So control S on your keyboard to save your code, and head again to Unity. So when we die, when we collide with the ground pipe, or when we goes out of the screen, we play calling that die function, and in that die function we calling that play die sound function. And as you know what that function is doing, play die sound function is just playing the die clip. So if I now hit play in the top, when we flap or when we jump, we playing the wing sound. When we pass through pipes, we playing the point sound. When we die, we playing that die clip. Okay, you need to drag the clip in corresponding slot. So now if I pass through pipes, as you can see, but when we die, we're not playing the die sound, I guess. So basically the problem, we haven't dragged the reference of it. As you can see, die sound audio source which says none, so we need to drag the audio source of die to that slot. Okay, so that's why we're not able to hear that. So now if we hit play, make sure you drag the reference of it, else you won't able to hear that. So just wait for to compile, and when we die, we should able to see that sound will be played. So I don't know, so if I, so it just, okay, so we did some mistake, I guess. So if we go to die audio clip volume, which is fine, so if we go to that, okay, so what we wanna do, so it will work out. Okay, okay, it will work out fine. So now if I hit play once again, it will work out found once you made the application. Okay, it's okay. Now if I hit this play, sometime it will be played, sometime it, so you have to play around with those number. So when we pass through pipes, we are able to hear our point sound as well as the wing sound, as you can see. So I hope you get the basic of idea how you can play a sound from anywhere you want. Okay, so as you can see, the one thing we have to do, we have to left to do, which is the making our application. So we need to make the application now. Now it's time to build up our game. Okay, build up our application. So let's head over to our menu scenes, because our menu scene, the home scene, will be default one when we start the game. So let's head over to that. Okay, and what we need to do, go to file, okay, in the top left, then build settings, and open up this player settings. So if you want to make for Play Store, so what you need to do, firstly you have to drag any icon you like, and you have to name the company. You can name it, I'm gonna set it to Code. It's my YouTube channel name. And Flappy Bird, you can name the application name, and you have to drag the icon over here. Okay, you can drag it directly from assets. Let's suppose I'm gonna drag this bird over here. As you can see, you can drag that, like, okay. And if we go to icon, we have the icon. Then, so just wait, it's just taking a little time. If you want to make for Android or for Play Store, I'm gonna talk about that, how you can do that. Okay, so if we go to resolution and presentation, you can select auto registration, and you can select any of them. Okay, you can select portrait, upside down. It's up to you how your game want to be played by users or players. Okay, I'm gonna leave to our landscape right and left, and let's head over to splash image. Okay, splash image. And if we preview this, click on preview, it will play our logo of our Unity, and you can choose a custom logo for your, okay, after it will be played underneath of that Unity logo, or you can separately uh, just want to play those logos. So hit this plus icon if you want to have an logo. I'm gonna drag this for but now for testing how it gonna be work. Okay, now if I preview, as you can see, birds it's playing, and you can choose all in sequels. Okay, as you can see, and you can choose the time frame between them. So if I, as you can see, it will be played 2 seconds after our Unity logo. Okay, you can choose that, and you can choose a background color if you want to have a different color. And let's head over to other settings, and in there if you want to upload your game on Play Store. Okay, and over here, as you can see, the package name must follow the conversation. Firstly you have to type com. Okay, com, then dot, and you have to type the your component which you specified in the top, which is in company name slot, so which is pat code. So we have to type this pat code, and after that, dot, you have to type once again, and your product name, basically the app name, which is Flappy Bird, as you can see. So let's type that. Okay, Flappy Bird. And once you done, leave the version and bundle version code as it is. Once you made the application for the second time, increase them by 1. Okay, and select target API level to a higher number, something like API 33, because for Play Store now it's accept more than 32, as you can see. So I have chosen 33 API target level. Choose a higher number. Okay, more than 33 or 33, and go to scripting backend and choose ILCPP. If you want to have your game to be upload on Play Store, then you need to create the AAB file for it. To do so, you have to select ILCPP, and you have to check this ARM64. Okay, to make the ABB file. Okay, you have to check this one, because Play Store now accept this ARM64. So check this one, make sure that. And if we head over to Now we don't have to do things in left to do in our other settings. Let's go to publishing settings, and we need to make a key store. Key store, basically a key store which you sign. Basically you need to upload that on your Play Store as well. So click on that and create a new key store. You can create in anywhere. If you have, you can select an existing one by going to the browse. So we don't have, so let's create a new key store anywhere. Okay, so we want to create a new folder for that key store. So let's make a new folder. Let's call this one, right click, and let's create a key store. Okay, in that key store we wanna so save that. Okay, we need to create the password, and we have to confirm the password. So uh, um, remember the password. Okay, it will ask in Google as well. And confirm, you have to confirm the password. Once again. Okay, and you have to pass the alias name. You can pass anything you like. So let's call, I call text, and we have to pass the password once again. Okay, and remember the password, don't forget it. And let's pass the password once again. When it's done, hit this add key. Now your password has been added to your key store. And note that password to any copy you should do that, else you won't able to restore. You have to create a new key store. So hit this yes. Now we have created the password. Let's type over here. So over here, as you can see, the password has been selected automatic. Okay, so once it's done, cut this and check this one, go build a bundle Google Play. If you check this one, so it will make for you for to upload on Play Store. Okay, if you check this one, so it will create a ABB file to upload on your Play Store. Okay, so check this one and hit this build and run. Okay, click on build and run, and make a separate folder for build. Okay, so let's create a separate folder. So right click, new folder, name that folder to android underscore build. Okay, in that folder, we wanna place that ABB file. Okay, so this will be our ABB file. So let's call the file as well Flappy Bird. Okay, Flappy Bird, and save it, and then you are good to go. It will take like 20 to 10 to 20 minutes. Okay, once it's done, you will be played your game directly, and you are ready to upload your game on Play Store as well. And make sure you organize your game or codes, all of the things. Okay, because Play Store will ask you to give them all. Okay, so make sure that. So I hope you get the basics of idea how you can build for Android or Play Store, as well as we build for PC. Okay, so I hope you get the basics idea of it how you can build. Okay, so lastly, thanks for watching. You are really you have done a really great. Once you made the application, let's open that up and let's test it. Okay, on your phone. As you can see, we have added the logo. As you can see, the button is just collapsing at once. So just make that a little space between this, as well as you can see the ground. Okay, just map to the size. Oh, okay, just make it the ground a little bigger so it will be fit up to our screen. So let's hit this play button, and we are able, if we touch our screen, as you can see, we are able to play our game. And if we retry, we are just loading our screen. As you can see, we can make high score, and if we press on home button, it will get back to our home scene. Now if we press on our exit button, it will exit out our application. So let's do that. So as you can see, if I exit it, it just exit our application. I hope you get the idea of it.